Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, I cleaned a rich man's mansion, but one room was breathing is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end, if you dare. By the time the second upstairs hallway started making that soft, wet little tick behind the wallpaper, I had already talked myself out of being scared twice. Old houses breathe. That's what I told myself. Pipes knock, vents shift, rainwater finds places it shouldn't. Mice get behind plaster and make sounds that seem too deliberate because your brain is rude and bored and always trying to turn maintenance problems into messages. But this was not a knock. It was not a scurry. It was a slow push from inside the wall, followed by that tiny sticky click, like someone pressing their tongue against the roof of their mouth. And then the wall moved. Not much. Just enough for the framed photograph beside my shoulder to tremble against its hook. I stood there with my spray bottle in one hand and a microfiber cloth in the other, staring at cream-colored wallpaper patterned with faded blue vines, while downstairs a vacuum droned in a steady line. And someone laughed too loudly in the kitchen. My name is Mara Voss, 32, female, from Providence, Rhode Island. Though I had spent the last 6 years cleaning other people's expensive mistakes up and down the coast of Maine, I was not the brave one in any room. I was the one who noticed exits, counted steps back to the front door, kept my phone at 70% or higher, and smiled when rich people called me sweetheart, because arguing cost time, and time cost groceries. That morning, all I wanted was to finish the Carter house before 5, collect the rest of the cash from the estate manager, and get home before the fog swallowed Route 1. The mansion sat on a private spur road in Cape Elizabeth, not far from Two Lights, perched above the Atlantic in that smug way old money houses do, as if gravity was something it had paid to avoid. Gray shingles, white trim, 3 stories, not counting the basement level cut into the slope toward the rocks. Turrets without admitting they were turrets. Windows too tall for people who actually cleaned them. The place had a name, because of course it did. Briarcliff. It was etched into a granite post at the gate, half hidden by winter-browned hydrangeas and a security keypad that looked newer than the rest of the property by about 90 years. We arrived at 8:12 that morning in my dented white transit van, with the ocean throwing itself against the cliffs below, and gulls shrieking over the roofline like they were late for an argument. The sky was low and the color of dishwater. Mist slicked the windshield. The whole house smelled faintly of salt, cedar, and money that had been sitting still too long. Tessa was driving because my right wrist had been acting up again. Tessa Monroe, 29, female from Worcester, Massachusetts, was my only full-time employee and the closest thing I had to a little sister who could deadlift a wet mattress. She had cropped black hair, a chipped front tooth from a roller derby phase, and the nervous habit of chewing peppermint gum whenever a client made her feel watched. She pretended nothing bothered her. That was her armor, She also had a talent for making bad ideas sound like lunch plans. She leaned forward over the steering wheel and squinted through the wipers. "Tell me that place has central heat," she said. "It has central everything." "Good, because if I see one fireplace bigger than my apartment, I'm unionizing." I checked the address again, even though the GPS had already announced our arrival. It's one day. Deep clean before some fundraiser. We stay out of locked rooms. We don't touch art unless labeled. We take before and after pictures. Because rich people think dust is a conspiracy. Because rich people think dust is evidence. Tessa popped her gum and pulled up beside the service entrance. Same thing. Behind us, Eli's little blue Subaru coughed its way through the gate and parked crooked near the carriage house. Eli Brandt, 24, male from Bangor, Maine, had been working with us for 3 weeks. He was tall, narrow, and always slightly apologizing with his posture. I hired him because he showed up early to the interview wearing clean boots, and because his references said he did not steal, did not flirt with clients, and did not disappear mid-shift. His flaw, which I was starting to see, was that he wanted everyone to like him so badly he would agree to anything before knowing what it was. He got out with his hood up and both hands wrapped around a travel mug. "You guys seeing this?" he called. "The giant house," Tessa said. "Yeah, buddy, we solved that." "No, I mean the cameras." I followed his gaze. Small black domes sat under the eaves, one above the service door, one angled toward the driveway, another tucked beneath the corner of the porch. Not unusual. Wealthy clients loved cameras. The odd part was that the little red status lights blinked out of rhythm, one after another, as if something inside the house was slowly checking each of us in. "Don't wave," I said. Eli froze with his hand half raised. Tessa laughed. "She means don't give them free footage of you looking guilty." I wasn't, I know. The service door opened before we knocked. Graham Pike stood inside, holding a clipboard against his chest like a shield. Graham Pike, 46, male, from Manchester, England, was the estate manager, though he introduced himself as Mr. Carter's property coordinator, which told me he spent a lot of his day translating rich person moods into emails. He was lean, neatly shaved, dressed in a charcoal sweater and dark trousers that did not have a single piece of lint on them, despite living in a house full of upholstered furniture. His accent softened the edges of his irritation, but not enough to hide it. "You're late," he said. I looked at my phone. "We're 18 minutes early." His eyes flicked to the screen, then back to me. "Yes, well, good. Come in quickly, please." That was the first small wrong thing. Not scary, just off. People who owned houses like Briarcliff did not usually hurry the help inside. They made us wait, or they forgot we existed, or they opened the door with the vague surprise of someone seeing a raccoon stand upright. Graham stepped back and scanned the wet driveway behind us before shutting the service door with his whole palm pressed flat to the wood. Inside, the mudroom was warmer than expected and smelled of lemon oil, old wool, and a faint medicinal sharpness underneath. The kind of smell you get in a dentist's office after they've tried to make it cozy. Rows of coats hung on brass hooks. Rubber boots lined the slate floor according to size. A copper dog bowl sat in one corner, dry except for a pale ring where water had evaporated. "No pets?" I asked, nodding toward it. Graham glanced down too fast. "Not anymore." Tessa gave me a look. I ignored it. A woman's voice called from somewhere deeper in the house. "Graham, is that them?" "Yes, Mrs. Carter." He led us through a back corridor, paneled in dark wood, past a laundry room bigger than my first studio apartment, and into a kitchen with marble counters veined like pale muscle. The ceiling lights were on, but the morning remained pressed against the windows, making the room feel underwater. Lenora Carter stood at the island, arranging white roses in a glass vase. Lenora Carter, 58, female from Boston, Massachusetts, was the client's wife, though it took about 30 seconds to understand that she was used to being addressed before her husband was. She had silver blonde hair twisted into a low knot, a cream sweater, and diamond studs that caught the light whenever she moved her head. Her hands shook slightly as she trimmed the stems with kitchen shears. Not age, not weakness. Something wound tight and hidden. "You must be Mara," she said. "Yes, ma'am. This is Tessa and Eli. Thank you for coming on such short notice." She smiled, but it was a careful thing, like stepping over broken glass barefoot. "We're expecting guests tomorrow evening, and the house has been difficult to keep up with." Tessa looked around at a kitchen so clean I could have performed surgery on the island. "We'll make it sparkle." Lenora did not laugh. Her eyes moved to Graham. Graham cleared his throat. "You'll begin with the public rooms. Dining room, east parlor, main staircase, guest lavatories, library if time permits. Bedrooms are not included except the 2 on the south side, both marked. You will not enter any room with a blue ribbon on the handle. Locked rooms stay locked," I said. "Standard." "Some are locked," Graham said. I waited. He did not add anything. Eli sipped his coffee too loudly. The sound clicked against the porcelain room. Lenora set down the shears. "It's an old house. Some doors don't latch properly. Please respect the ribbons." "Of course," I said. That was the second small wrong thing. A rich family with cameras, staff, and enough money to heat a main mansion in February did not use craft ribbon as security unless the real lock was social pressure. Graham handed me a printed floor plan, not the architectural kind. A simplified map, like the ones you see in museums, with shaded areas marked service only and private. One upstairs corridor had been crossed out in pen. "Is that section off limits?" I asked. "Yes, renovation, moisture issue." Tessa made a soft noise behind me, barely holding in a joke. I folded the map. "We'll avoid it." Graham studied my face, as if measuring how many instructions I would follow when not directly watched. "Very good. Supplies. We brought our own. No bleach on stone, no ammonia on glass, pH neutral for marble. We know what we're doing." Something in his jaw relaxed. "Excellent." Lenora slid an envelope across the counter. "Half now." The envelope was thick enough to settle my mood for about 3 seconds. I had bills on my kitchen table at home, stacked in order of who yelled loudest. My younger brother had borrowed money in November and called it temporary. My landlord had started using words like market adjustment. My van needed rear brakes, and I had been pretending the grinding sound was weather. Briarcliff was a 1-day job that paid like 3. And that was the reason I smiled while my instincts tapped one finger against my ribs. I counted the cash in the mudroom with my back turned because I trusted no one, not even people who handed me money. Tessa leaned beside the washer. So, normal job, except for the forbidden ribbon rooms and the haunted dog bowl. Don't start. I didn't say haunted. I said forbidden. You said haunted with your eyebrows. Eli bent to tie his shoe. Do you think the dog died? Tessa looked at him. Eli, what? She said, not anymore. It's always good to say the saddest possible thing before cleaning baseboards, Tessa said. Really lifts the team. I tucked the envelope into the locked metal box under the driver's seat, came back in, and handed out assignments. That was how we worked. Divide the house before the house divided us. Tessa took the kitchen and pantry because she loved stainless steel and hated chandeliers. Eli took the ground floor bathrooms, mirrors, and brass because he was meticulous when anxious. I took the entry hall, staircase, and upstairs landing because clients liked seeing the owner bend over first. It made them feel the service was serious. For the next hour, Briarcliff became almost ordinary. Buckets filled. Spray bottles hissed. The vacuum chewed lint from old rugs. Tessa played music from her phone at a volume Graham could not quite complain about. Some soft indie track that kept getting swallowed by the house's heating system. Eli asked where to dump dirty water. Lenora passed through twice, each time carrying flowers from one room to another, as if moving them might fix whatever was wrong. The entry hall had a black and white marble floor, a curving staircase, and portraits of carters who looked either bored or hungry. Dust gathered in the carved mouths of picture frames. Salt haze filmed the inside of the windows facing the sea. A grandfather clock near the library ticked in a slow, expensive way, each swing of the pendulum making a small wooden cough. I found myself relaxing into the work. That was the thing about cleaning. It gave fear somewhere to go. Wipe left to right, fold the cloth, spray, wait, buff. Start high, finish low. Dirt was honest. Dirt did not pretend to be a moisture issue. At 10:03, the lights flickered. Once. Not dramatically. No thunder. No scream from the basement. Just a brief dip that made the chandelier crystals click against each other. From the kitchen, Tessa called, Mara, Breaker. Eli asked from the powder room. Graham appeared in the hallway almost immediately. Too immediately. It happens in fog, he said. I glanced toward the window. Fog affects your power. The coastal line does, occasionally. He was looking upstairs while he said it. I followed his gaze. On the second floor landing, one of the blue ribbons had come loose from a door handle and was trailing on the floor like a strip of fallen sky. Graham saw it at the same time I did. His whole face changed, not fear exactly, but the quick, ugly annoyance of a man whose careful lie had developed a visible crack. Please continue downstairs, he said. We're scheduled for the staircase, I said. I'll handle that. He went up without waiting for a reply. His shoes made almost no sound on the runner. Halfway up, the house gave a low creak around him, the kind old beams make when heat moves through them. Then came the softer sound. From above, a drawn-out exhale. Not human, I told myself. Air through a vent. Pressure pressure shifting after the lights dipped. A draft through the sealed rooms. Graham stopped for half a second. Just half. Then he kept climbing, picked up the ribbon, and tied it back around the handle with fingers that were steadier than his face. The door itself was plain compared with the others. Painted off white. No nameplate. No keyhole I could see from below. But the panel near the bottom had a darker crescent stain, as if someone had repeatedly touched it with damp fingers. Tessa had come to stand beside me in the entry hall. "Moisture issue," she murmured. "Kitchen," I said. "Mara, kitchen." She held up both hands and backed away, but she didn't go far. I went back to the banister with my cloth. My wrist ached. I wiped the same stretch of polished wood 3 times, watching Graham descend in the reflection of the hall mirror. He had the kind of composure people admire until they notice how much effort it takes. "Is everything okay up there?" I asked. "Yes." That ribbon looked loose. "It happens." With fog, his eyes cut to mine. I should have apologized. I should have laughed it off, taken the money, finished the job, left the house to its ribbons and polite lies. Instead, I held his gaze a second too long. That was my flaw. I was cautious until I felt insulted. Then I became stupid in a very quiet, controlled way. Graham stepped closer and lowered his voice. "Ms. Voss, I understand old houses invite curiosity. Please don't indulge it here." From the kitchen, a cabinet door shut harder than necessary. Tessa had heard enough to be annoyed on my behalf. "We're cleaners," I said, "not tourists." "Good." He walked toward the library, and for a while, the house returned to its practiced hush. Noon, Lenora insisted we eat in the staff sitting room. Nobody had a staff sitting room anymore, but Briarcliff did. It was tucked behind the pantry, with 2 armchairs, a small table, and a window facing the service yard. Rain had started. Not a storm, just steady cold beads tapping the glass and gathering along the sill. We ate sandwiches from a deli in South Portland that Lenora had apparently sent Graham to pick up before we arrived. Turkey, cheddar, mustard. Kettle chips in small bags. Bottled water with glass caps. Eli looked guilty opening his. "Is this like for us?" Tessa bit into her sandwich. "No, Eli, it's decorative meat." He smiled despite himself. For 10 minutes, everything felt almost normal again. We talked about the drive. Tessa complained about a client in Falmouth who alphabetized decorative soaps. Eli told us his landlord kept texting him pictures of the trash bins when anyone in the building used the wrong one. I watched rain crawl down the window and tried not to think about the door upstairs. Then the baby monitor on the shelf crackled. We all turned. It was an older model, white plastic gone yellow at the edges, the kind with a little antenna and a row of green lights. A burst of static came through. Then a sound like fabric dragging over carpet. Eli whispered, "Is there a baby here?" "No," I said. Tessa slowly lowered her sandwich. "Then why is there a baby monitor?" The green lights climbed one by one. Static, another drag. Then, very faintly, a woman's voice said, "Not yet." Tessa stood so quickly her chair legs scraped the floor. The sound cut out. For a second, only rain tapped the glass. The vacuum sat unplugged in the hall, its cord looped around the handle like a sleeping snake. Graham came in 3 breaths later, not running, walking fast enough to pretend he had not run. He saw us staring at the monitor and stopped. "That shouldn't be on," he said. "No kidding," Tessa said. He crossed the room, switched it off, and unplugged it from the wall. "What is it monitoring?" I asked. "Nothing now. That's not an answer. It was used when Mr. Carter's mother was ill." "Is she in the house?" Eli asked. "No," Graham said. The word landed too hard. Tessa folded her arms. "We just heard someone. Old radio interference. Baby monitors pick up signals." That was not a trucker talking about mile markers. Graham looked at me, not her. Had already figured out who needed convincing. "Ms. Voss, I can pay the remainder now if you prefer to leave." The offer should have calmed me. Instead, it made every small wrong thing in the house line up neatly in my head. The cameras watching us enter. The door shut quickly behind us. The ribbon, the crossed-out hall. The wet sound behind the wallpaper. The monitor left plugged in. Lenora's shaking hands. Graham offering full payment, not for completed work, but for silence disguised as convenience. Before I could answer, Lenora appeared in the pantry doorway. She looked smaller without the kitchen island between us. "Graham," she said, and there was warning in it. He turned. "I'm handling it." "No," she said, "you're making it worse." Rain ticked against the window. Somewhere above us, pipes hummed and then stopped. Lenora looked at me. "There are areas of the house that are unsafe." "That is true. There has been water damage and some structural concern. My husband refused to cancel tomorrow's event, and I am trying to keep people away from the north wing until the contractor arrives." "A contractor is coming?" I asked. "Tomorrow morning." Tessa let out a humorless laugh. "Before the fundraiser. Convenient." Lenora flinched, as if the word had touched a bruise. "I don't expect you to understand my marriage," she said quietly. "I barely do some days." That shut Tessa up. I believed part of it. That was the problem. The best lies are built with real lumber. Lenora's voice steadied. "You can leave with full payment, no hard feelings, or you can finish the agreed public rooms only, and Graham will escort you out by 4. But no one goes upstairs past the south landing. No one touches the north corridor. No one opens any door with a ribbon." Eli looked at me. Tessa looked at me too, but her expression was different. Hers said, "We should go." It also said, "But you won't, will you?" I thought about my van brakes, my landlord, the envelope locked under the seat. I thought about how easily people with gates could make trouble vanish by calling it water damage. I thought about the sound from the monitor and the way Graham had said nothing now. Then the house gave another small sound above us. A slow inhale through wood and plaster. This time, Lenora heard it too. Her hand went to her throat, not theatrically, just a quick practical grip on her own pulse. Graham closed his eyes. Nobody spoke. The choice sat there between us, damp and ordinary looking. Leave with money we had not earned and pretend we had heard only pipes. Or stay, finish the job, and keep our eyes open in a house where everyone seemed frightened of a room they insisted was only wet. I wiped mustard from my thumb with a napkin, buying myself one more second. Then I said, "We'll finish the public rooms." Tessa exhaled through her nose. Eli swallowed. Graham opened his eyes. And above us, behind the walls of Briarcliff, something clicked softly twice, like it had understood. The first real problem was not the room. It was the van. I know that sounds stupid, considering what came later, but terror usually starts with something practical. A dead phone, a stuck latch, a tire losing air, a person realizing the one ordinary thing they planned to rely on has quietly failed. At 1:17 p.m., I stepped into the rain to grab more glass cloths from the back of the transit and found Tessa standing beside the driver's door with her hood up, one hand on the handle, the other holding my keys. The van made a dry clicking sound when she turned the ignition. Click, 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 then nothing. She turned it again. Click, click, click. The wipers jerked halfway up the windshield and stopped there, like two stiff black fingers. Tessa stared through the glass at me. Please tell me you left the headlights on. I didn't. Interior light. No. Phone charger, dash cam, emotional attachment. Tessa. She got out and shut the door carefully, which was how I knew she was genuinely irritated. Tessa slammed things when she wanted people to know she was mad. She became gentle when she was trying not to panic. Eli came out behind me with a trash bag tied in one hand. Rain speckled his glasses. What happened? Battery's dead, Tessa said. It was fine this morning, I said. So was my attitude. The service yard behind Briarcliff had turned slick and gray. Rain gathered in the cracks between the slate pavers and ran in narrow streams toward a storm drain near the old carriage house. Beyond the clipped hedges, the ocean made a low grinding sound against the rocks, less like waves and more like furniture being dragged across a floor. I tried the ignition myself because everyone does that, as if a machine might respond better to the owner's hand. Click, click, click. The dashboard flickered once, then went black. My chest tightened in a familiar, humiliating way. Not fear of the house. Not yet. It was money fear. Simple and sharp. Battery, tow, lost time. 3 people stuck on a rich man's cliffside property while the afternoon shortened and the weather worsened. Maybe it's the terminals, Eli said. My dad's truck used to do that when there was corrosion. Tessa looked at him. Your dad around? No. Then his truck opinions are pending. Hey, I said. She held up both hands. Sorry, Eli. He nodded too quickly. It's fine. It wasn't fine, but he wanted it to be. That was Eli's problem. He softened himself around other people's edges until there was almost nothing left of him. I had seen him apologize to a swivel chair after bumping into it. I opened the hood. Warm, damp air rose from the engine bay. The battery terminals looked normal enough, maybe a little crusted, but not disaster level. I jiggled the positive cable and got a faint spark that made Eli flinch backward into the trash cans. Sorry, he said. For being electric, Tessa asked. I gave her a look. She bit the inside of her cheek and turned toward the house. We need a jump. I'll ask Graham, I said. No, I'll ask Graham, Tessa said. You'll ask like you're filing a deposition. Because I don't like being lied to. Exactly. Before either of us moved, the service door opened. Graham stood there without a coat, rain dotting the shoulders of his charcoal sweater. He did not look surprised to see the hood up. That bothered me more than if he had. Car trouble? He asked. Van, Tessa said. And yeah, battery's dead. He glanced at the open hood, then at the driveway beyond the service yard. The garage has a booster pack. I'll fetch it. Great, I said, thank you. Finish the dining room while I look. I almost laughed. We're not going anywhere until it starts. I understand, he said, but we're on a schedule. Tessa's gums snapped softly. Your house is on a schedule. Our ride is dead. His face tightened. The weather is worsening. The caterers arrive at 7 in the morning. Mrs. Carter asked that the public rooms be ready by 4. There's no event today, I said. Why does 4 matter so much? For a second, Rain did all the talking. Then Graham said, because after 4, the security system arms in zones, and I'd rather not spend the evening explaining to Mr. Carter why contractors are still wandering through private corridors. We're cleaners, I said. Exactly. It was a neat little insult, not loud enough to answer without sounding defensive. Tessa heard it anyway. Eli did too. His ears went red. Graham stepped aside. I'll get the booster. He disappeared inside. Tessa leaned close enough that rainwater dripped from her hood onto my sleeve. He knew. He knew what? That we'd have trouble leaving. You think he drained my battery? I think I'm not ruling out anything in a house with forbidden craft ribbons and a haunted baby monitor. Not haunted. You keep saying that like it helps. It helps me. Eli peered toward the carriage house. It was a long gray structure with 3 arched garage doors and a cupola on top. Its paint was peeling in strips. One door hung slightly crooked. Maybe they have another vehicle. We're not asking Rich Dracula for a loaner car, Tessa said. Stop calling him Dracula. I didn't specify which Rich Dracula. We went back inside because standing in the rain pretending to solve a dead battery was just another way to waste time. The mudroom warmth hit my face, carrying that lemon oil smell and the faint medicinal bite underneath. Stronger now, or maybe I had started noticing it more. The house hummed around us. Not loudly, more like a refrigerator in the next room, except it seemed to shift with where you stood. Lenora was in the kitchen with her phone pressed to her ear. No, Philip, I am not being dramatic, she said, voice low and clipped. The electrician said the load was unstable in that wing. His exact word was unstable. A pause. She turned away when she saw us. No, I don't care what you promised them. I care that. She stopped, listening. Her shoulders rose, fell. Then she said, fine. If anyone is hurt, this is on you. She ended the call and set the phone down on the counter with careful precision. Tessa looked at me. I looked at the floor. Eli suddenly became very interested in the brass kickplate on the pantry door. Lenora pressed 2 fingers between her eyebrows. When she looked up, her expression had been rebuilt, but the paint was still wet. Is there a problem with your vehicle? Dead battery, I said. Graham's getting a booster. Good. She nodded once. Good. I'm sorry. This house is inconvenient in all the ways a house can be. That phone call sounded like more than inconvenience. Her mouth tightened. I expected Graham's kind of deflection. Instead, she looked toward the ceiling, not directly above us, toward the north side. My husband believes old problems become less expensive if you refuse to name them, she said. I have spent 27 years learning the opposite. That was the most honest thing anyone in Briarcliff had said all day. A thump came from upstairs. Not a crash, not a dramatic bang. A dull, dense impact, like a sack of laundry dropped from waist height. Eli jerked. Tessa whispered, nope. Lenora went still. Another sound followed, a scraping noise, slow and short, as if something heavy shifted an inch across floorboards. I turned toward the back corridor. Where S. Graham, the garage, Lenora said, but her voice lacked confidence. Can you call him? She picked up her phone and tapped the screen. Her thumb hovered. A few seconds passed. Then she frowned. No signal. Tessa pulled out her own phone. I've got one bar. Mine says SOS, Eli said. I checked mine. No service. Briarcliff had Wi-Fi. Wealthy houses always did. I could see the network listed, Carter Guest and Carter Private. Guest required a password. Private was locked. Can we get the Wi-Fi password? I asked. Lenora did not answer right away. Tessa's laugh was small and sharp. You're kidding. It's managed by Graham, Lenora said. You live here? My husband manages things through staff. Of course he does, Tessa muttered. That was when the lights went out. Everything dropped at once, the kitchen pendants, the under-cabinet strips, the hallway sconces. The refrigerator compressor died with a shudder. For half a second, the house seemed to suck in the absence. Then the emergency lights clicked on. Small red units above doorways. Weak, ugly glow. Enough to turn the marble counters pink and make the roses on the island look bruised. Outside, rain tapped harder against the windows. Eli whispered, Okay, that's not good. No, I said. It is. Lenora crossed quickly to a wall panel near the pantry and opened it. Inside were labeled switches and a security keypad, its screen dark except for a blinking amber triangle. Backup should have kicked in, she said. For what? Essential systems. What counts as essential here? She did not answer. A high-pitched beep began somewhere in the hall. Then another. Then 3 more out of sync. Smoke detectors, security sensors, some kind of alarm battery failing in a house too big for anyone to hear one problem at a time. From upstairs came another soft scrape. Tessa stepped closer to me. Mara, we need to leave. We can't leave without the van. We can walk to the road. In this weather, it's a private road, half a mile to the gate, then another mile before anything useful. And if the gate's electric, as if the house wanted to prove the point, the security keypad emitted a flat electronic tone. Lenora shut her eyes. What? I asked. The gate defaults closed during power faults. Tessa stared at her. That cannot be legal. It can be opened manually from the equipment shed. Great. Where's the equipment shed? Lenora looked toward the windows, past the service yard, through the rain. Near the cliff path. Of course it is, Tessa said. Eli pushed his wet glasses up his nose. So we need Graham with the booster, or we need to open the gate manually. We also need power back before 4, Lenora said. I looked at her. Why before 4? And don't say security zones. The beeping continued, thin and needling. Lenora swallowed. Some interior doors are on magnetic holds. I heard Tessa stop breathing for a second. What doors? I asked. Fire separation doors, mostly. In the north wing. The words sat there. Tessa said, the ribbon wing. Lenora's eyes flicked toward her. The door at the end of the north corridor has an electronic lock. Backup battery. If the main power stays off too long, the lock may fail. Fail open or fail closed? I asked. Lenora did not answer fast enough. Mrs. Carter, open, she said. Eli made a small sound. What's behind it? Water damage, Tessa said bitterly. Keep up. Lenora grabbed the edge of the counter. Her knuckles paled. There are exposed sections of wall. Mold. Possibly asbestos from older insulation. My husband had temporary containment installed until remediation could be approved. If that door opens, airflow through the house could spread contamination into the public rooms. It was plausible. That was what made it worse. Old mansion, water intrusion, mold, asbestos, electrical issues. Rich husband delaying repairs before a fundraiser. Every piece could fit into a perfectly ordinary negligence puzzle. And still, the sounds upstairs had a texture no explanation smoothed away. You had us cleaning below a containment area, I said. No, Lenora said. I had you cleaning away from it. But you didn't tell us. My husband didn't want the staff alarmed. Tessa's eyes widened. Staff, Lenora flinched again. I didn't mean, you did. I put a hand out before Tessa could step forward. Not because Lenora didn't deserve it, because anger used oxygen, and the house already felt short on that. Okay, I said, we solve the immediate problem. Find Graham, get the booster, get the van started, open the gate manually if needed. Then we leave. Lenora looked startled. The dining room, we're done. The sentence came out harder than I intended. Eli stared at me with visible relief. Tessa nodded. Finally. Then, from somewhere above the pantry, something knocked 3 times. Not random settling. Not the pipes. 3 measured impacts. Knock, knock, knock. Eli whispered, "Is someone up there?" Lenora's face changed so completely I almost stepped back. "Graham," she said. "You said he went to the garage. He may have come back through the side stair." "Is there a side stair?" Tessa asked. Lenora had already started moving. We followed her through the pantry, down a narrow service corridor where the red emergency lights turned every brass handle into a wet-looking smear. The house sounded different without the normal electrical hum. More hollow. The rain outside seemed to crawl along the walls. Somewhere deep in the structure, water dripped steadily into something metal. Plink, pause, plink. We reached a small back staircase tucked between the laundry room and a locked wine cellar. The steps were narrow, meant for staff who weren't supposed to be seen. The air above them smelled stale and warm, like a closet full of damp towels. Lenora gripped the banister. "Graham," no answer. "Mr. Pike," I called. The beeping alarms faded behind us, but did not disappear. They became part of the house's nervous system. Tessa leaned close. "Mara, don't go up there. We need the keys to the gate, the Wi-Fi, the booster, and possibly the only person who knows this house. Or we need to walk away from rich people's problems. The gate is closed, so we climb it. In rain, with Eli, carrying supplies, on a road with no shoulder." Eli said softly, "I can climb." Tessa looked at him. "That's not the part I'm worried about." Another knock came from above, this one weaker. Lenora started up the stairs. "Wait," I said. "Do you know where this comes out?" "Second floor service hall, near the linen room." "Near the north wing," she hesitated. That was answer enough. I took out my phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam cut through dust and caught old scuffs on the stair wall at hip height. Long, pale streaks, as if equipment had been dragged up and down carelessly. I tried to ignore the way the air seemed to move against my face. Not wind, pressure. In, out, we climbed. Halfway up, Eli stumbled on a loose tread. His shoulder hit the wall, and a small section of paint gave way beneath him with a soft crunch. White dust puffed out, He coughed. Don't breathe that, Lenora snapped. Tessa rounded on her. Then why are we in it? Lenora's face crumpled for half a second. Because Graham might be hurt. That landed differently. Not hidden room. Not fundraiser. A person. A concrete problem. We kept moving. At the top of the stairs, the service door was ajar. Beyond it, the second-floor hallway was dim and long, lit only by red emergency bulbs and the gray wash from a window at the far end. The wallpaper up here had the same faded blue vines as the landing, but darker stains bloomed along the baseboards. A plastic sheet had been taped over one open archway, and it shifted gently, though no one touched it. On the floor, 10 feet ahead, lay Graham's clipboard. Papers had slid out across the runner. Beside it sat the black booster pack. Its cables trailed like limp arms. Graham, Lenora called again. A muffled sound came from the north corridor. Not words, a man trying to breathe through pain. I saw Tessa's expression change. Fear remained, but annoyance drained out of her. Tessa had many flaws, but she could not hear someone hurt and do nothing. Where? I asked. Lenora pointed down the hall. The corridor to the north wing was blocked by a set of double fire doors I had not seen from the main staircase. They were old wood retrofitted with metal plates and magnetic hold hardware at the top. One door hung open about 6 inches. A blue ribbon had been tied across both handles. It had torn in the middle. The sound came again. A low groan. Graham, Lenora hurried forward. I grabbed her arm. Stop. If there's mold or asbestos, he's right there. We don't know what's in the air. Tessa bent and picked up one of the papers from the floor. Mara, I turned. It was not a cleaning checklist. It was an invoice from a restoration company in Portland, marked in red. Site visit canceled, client request. Below that, handwritten notes. Negative pressure failure odor complaints movement in wall cavity. Verify pest activity. Do not disturb temporary seal. Tessa looked at me. Movement in wall cavity. Eli had gone pale. Lenora snatched the paper from Tessa's hand. That is not relevant. It feels aggressively relevant, Tessa said. Another groan came from beyond the door, then a dragging sound. Graham's voice, thin and strangled. Lenora, don't. Lenora surged forward before I could stop her. She pulled the fire door open. A heavy gust of warm, foul air rolled into the hallway. It smelled of wet plaster, rust, and something sweetly rotten underneath, like meat left in a plastic bag too long. Eli gagged and turned away. Tessa covered her mouth with her sleeve. My eyes watered instantly. The phone flashlight shook in my hand. Beyond the doors, the north corridor stretched into darkness. Plastic sheeting lined parts of the walls. The floor was covered with taped-down protective paper, buckled from damp. At the far end, near the plain off-white door with the blue ribbon, Graham sat slumped against the baseboard. His left leg was extended at a wrong angle. His sweater was torn at the shoulder. One hand was pressed against his thigh, and blood had spread between his fingers, dark in the emergency glow. Beside him, the wall bulged outward, not a little. A whole section of it bowed into the corridor, swelling and relaxing with awful slowness beneath the plastic barrier. In, out, the tape around the sheet made tiny peeling sounds. Tick, tick, tick. Graham looked at us, face slick with sweat. "Shut it," he said. Lenora sobbed his name and stepped into the corridor. The fire door behind her gave an electronic chirp. Then the red emergency light above it blinked once and went dark. The magnetic hold released with a heavy clunk. The door began to swing shut. I lunged forward and caught it with my bad wrist. Pain shot up my arm so sharply my knees loosened. "Mara," Tessa shouted. "Hold it." She grabbed the edge beside me. Eli stumbled in behind us and wedged his shoulder against the wood. Together, we stopped it inches from closing. From inside the north corridor, Graham whispered, "Don't let that door close." "Why?" I gritted. His eyes slid toward the end of the hall. The off-white door's electronic lock beeped once. Then again. Then the keypad beside it flashed amber in the dark. Lenora froze halfway between us and Graham. Behind the bulging plastic, something shifted with a damp scrape along the wall cavity. Graham's voice broke. "Because if that lock fails," he said, "we need someone on this side to keep it shut." And the door behind us pushed harder against our hands, forcing us to choose between keeping the fire door open, getting Graham out, or running before the sealed room opened on its own. The door wanted to close. That was the first thing my body understood before my brain could make a plan. The fire door between the service hall and the north corridor was not heavy like a normal interior door. It had weight in it, a commercial kind of weight, the sort meant to slow smoke and panic and people making bad decisions. Tessa and I had both hands on the edge. Eli had his shoulder pressed into the wood below ours, and still it pushed back with a steady mechanical insistence that made my bad wrist throb in bright pulses. "Chair," I said through my teeth. "What?" Eli gasped. "Find something to wedge it." Tessa's jaw was tight enough to change the shape of her face. "There's nothing." Behind us, the second-floor service hall ran south toward the linen room and the narrow back stair we'd climbed, then farther to the main landing where the grand staircase dropped into the entry hall. Ahead of us, through the gap we were holding open, the north corridor stretched away from the rest of Briarcliff like a separate house, stitched badly onto the first one. Left side, plastic sheeting over wall openings, painter's tape peeling in damp curls. Right side, closed doors with blue ribbons, one cracked transom window dark above a frame. Far end, the off-white door with the amber keypad blinking beside it. Halfway down, Graham on the floor, bleeding through his fingers, and Lenora frozen between him and us, as if she had stepped into the corridor and suddenly remembered every warning she had ever ignored. "Mara," Tessa said, "my hand is slipping." I turned my head. "Lenora, come back." "No," she said, "he's hurt." "Then help us keep this open so we can get him out." Graham lifted his head a few inches. His skin had gone gray under the red emergency glow. "Don't come farther." "Shut up," Lenora snapped, but her voice broke on the last word. The off-white door beeped again. Amber, amber, then dark. For 1 second, nothing moved except the plastic on the bulging wall, rising and falling with that obscene, slow pressure. Tessa whispered, "What happens when it goes red?" "Stop asking cinematic questions," I said. "I'd like practical answers to cinematic problems." Eli made a strained sound, my shoulders going numb. Hold another 10 seconds. I scanned the service hall behind us. Linen cart. That was it. White metal frame, rubber wheels, stacked with folded sheets. I nodded toward it. Tessa, cart. If I move, I've got it. I did not have it, but she let go anyway. The door slammed into my palms. Pain shot through my wrist, up my forearm, into the place behind my teeth. I yelled before I could stop myself. Eli threw more of his weight forward, sneakers skidding on the runner. Tessa grabbed the linen cart and shoved it sideways. It rattled over the floor, wheels squealing. Together we jammed it between the wall and the fire door. For half a breath, it held. Then the door crushed the cart's top shelf inward with a metallic pop. Great, Tessa said. Good cart. Add sheets, I said. What? Bulk it. She understood. She yanked folded sheets from the cart and shoved them into the narrowing gap, packing them hard around the bent metal frame. Eli grabbed towels from the lower shelf and stuffed them in too. The door kept pushing, but slower now, the fabric compressing with soft little sighs. Partial fix. Not safe, but enough. I stepped through. Tessa grabbed my arm. No, we need Graham. No, we need air that doesn't smell like a body in a crawl space. Lenora had already reached Graham and was crouched beside him, one hand hovering uselessly over his leg. I don't know what to do. Pressure on the wound, I said. I am, with both hands firm. It hurts him. It's supposed to. Graham groaned when she pressed down harder. The floor in the north corridor felt soft under the taped protective paper. Not soft like carpet. Soft like wood that had taken too much moisture and started giving up. My shoes made sticky sounds each time I lifted them. The air was warmer here, damp and thick, and the sweet rot smell grew sharper with every step. Tessa came in behind me anyway. Of course you are, I muttered. Don't start. I'm mad at you and saving your ass. Eli stayed at the fire door, one hand against the linen wedge, the other holding his phone light. His face looked pale and stretched. What should I do? Watch that door, I said. If it moves, yell. If which door moves? I looked down the corridor at the off-white one. Either. Graham's wound was worse up close. Something had sliced through his trousers high on the thigh, not clean like a knife exactly, but deep enough that blood pooled black-red beneath him and soaked the paper floor covering. His leg angle looked wrong because his foot had wedged against a buckled strip of flooring, not because the bone was broken. I hoped. What happened? I asked. Graham swallowed. His throat clicked. Panel came loose. What panel? His eyes shifted to the bulging wall. Behind the plastic, a section of old lath and plaster had bowed outward, held back by clear sheeting and tape. Something dark had smeared the inside of the plastic in a crescent. At the bottom, a torn edge revealed wood slats and a black gap beyond. Something cut you from inside a wall, Tessa said. Metal, Graham said. Old mesh. A broken bracket. I fell. Conveniently vague, she said. Not now, I snapped. Lenora looked up at me. Can we move him? We have to. That was our first attempt. Get Graham back through the fire door, down the service stair, into the kitchen, then out. Simple if you said it quickly. Tessa took his shoulders. I took under his good knee and ankle. Lenora kept pressure on his thigh with a folded towel. Graham tried to help by pushing with one hand against the floor, but the moment we lifted him, he made a sound, I never wanted to hear from another adult. Not a scream. Worse, a stunned animal sound punched out of him. "Stop," Lenora cried. "We can't stop in here," I said. The floor answered by dipping under my left foot. Just a little. Enough. A wet crack ran beneath the taped paper from the wall toward the center of the corridor. Tessa froze. "Mara, I see it." The house shifted. Not dramatically. No collapse. Just a low wooden complaint traveling under us, as if the entire North Corridor had remembered its age at once. Graham's eyes opened wide. "Don't put weight near the wall." "Should have led with that," Tessa said. We lowered him again, not gently enough. He cursed through clenched teeth. I backed away from the soft patch. The taped paper had torn around my shoe print, showing floorboards beneath, swollen and dark along the seams. Water damage. Real water damage, not a cover story. Maybe not only a cover story. "We need a board," I said. "Something to distribute weight." Tessa looked at the walls, the sagging plastic, the stained doors. From where? Linen room, shelves, closet doors, anything. Eli called from the fire door, the carts moving. We looked back. The linen wedge had compressed more. The fire door had gained another inch. Not much. Everything was inches now. "Fine," I said. "Attempt 2. We get power back or get the gate open. Then we call emergency services from outside." Tessa stared at me. "We're leaving him. We're not leaving him. We can't move him until we know the floor will hold. If we get the booster and the van starts, we can drive to the road for signal. If not, manual gate release." Lenora grabbed my sleeve. Her hand left a blood smear on my cuff. "You can't leave me here." "I'm not." Eli stays at the door. Tessa comes with me. "You keep pressure on Graham's leg and do not go near that wall." Graham was breathing fast now. "Equipment shed," he whispered. "What?" "Gate release. Main breaker override. In the shed." Lenora's face twisted. The electrician moved the override. "For temporary containment," he said. "After the faults. You knew the backup was failing." He looked away. Tessa laughed once, dry and furious. "Everybody in this house needs a lawyer." I picked up the booster pack. It was heavier than expected. My wrist hated it immediately. Tessa took it from me. "No martyr routine. You've got one working hand." We backed out of the North Corridor, careful to keep to the center of the floor. Eli helped us squeeze past the fire door. The sheets bulged in the gap like a bandage packed into a mouth. As soon as I was clear, the smell lessened, but it stayed in my nose, clinging high and sour. The route was clear in my head. Second floor service hall south to the back stair, down to the pantry, through the mudroom, out into the service yard. From there, left past the carriage house, across the gravel apron, then down the narrow cliff path to the equipment shed near the manual gate release. Gate itself was at the private road entrance uphill from the house, but Lenora had said the equipment shed near the cliff path controlled it. Absurd. Wealthy houses loved putting essential systems in inconvenient places because the people designing them never had to use them in rain. We started down. The service stair had no windows, only red emergency light above the landing. My thighs were shaking by the time we reached the pantry. Not from exertion alone, from too much adrenaline with nowhere to go. Kitchen, the roses had fallen over on the island. Water spread across the marble and dripped steadily onto the floor. plink, plink, plink. For 1 second, I thought it was blood. Then I saw the vase rolling gently against a cutting board. Misdirection. Ordinary. The house did not need to invent monsters. It just needed to knock over flowers in emergency light and let your brain do the rest. Jesus, Tessa breathed, one hand against her chest. Vase, I said. I know it's a vase. You looked like you didn't. I looked like I'm having a normal reaction to this clown palace. We crossed into the mudroom. I grabbed my rain shell from a hook. Tessa shoved the booster against my chest while she pulled her hood up. Van first, she asked. Van first. If it starts, we load everyone and leave. What about Graham? We call 911 from wherever we get signal. If the van starts, we can maybe get closer to the house with the back doors open and use a board from the carriage house to move him. Maybe, she said. Maybe is what we have. Outside, the rain had turned heavier, blown sideways by wind off the water. The service yard stones were slick enough that Tessa nearly lost her footing before we reached the van. I opened the hood again, hands clumsy from cold and stress. The booster pack light showed 2 bars. Tessa clipped red to positive, black to the frame. Try it, she said. I climbed in. The van smelled like wet coats, old coffee, and the pine air freshener Eli had hung from the mirror without asking. I turned the key. Click. The dashboard flickered. Click, click. Nothing. Tessa checked the clamps, Jaw said again. I tried again. This time there was a harsh electrical chatter from under the hood, then a smell like hot plastic. Stop, Tessa shouted. I killed the ignition and jumped out. A thin curl of smoke rose near the battery cable. Tessa stepped back. That's not just a dead battery. I stared at the cable. The insulation near the terminal looked split, not melted through completely, but damaged. Fresh, old. I couldn't tell in the rain. Could be corrosion, Tessa said, though she sounded like she didn't believe herself. Could be cut. She met my eyes. The wind pushed rain under the hood and into my face. Attempt 2 had become half an attempt and a new problem. Even if we had power, the van might not start without a repair. From the house, Eli shouted something. We couldn't hear over the rain. Then he appeared at the mudroom door, waving both arms. Mara, we ran back. What? The fire door moved again, he said. Lenora yelled for help, and the keypad at the end went red. The booster pack suddenly felt useless in my hand. Tessa swore. We need that shed. Show us, I said to Eli. I don't know where, Lenora said cliff path. Graham said equipment shed. We find it. Tessa grabbed a flashlight from our supply crate in the mudroom. Eli, stay with them. He looked terrified. Alone. You'll be 10 seconds from them. That's still alone, I softened my voice. Eli, I need you at the fire door. Keep the wedge packed. Talk to Lenora. If Graham gets worse, tell us exactly what changes. What if the room opens? I had no good answer. Then you run, Tessa said. I looked at her. She stared back, defiant. What? That's the answer. Eli nodded, not because he felt better, but because someone had finally told him something simple. Tessa and I went back into the rain. From the service yard, the cliff path began beyond the carriage house, past a low stone wall mottled with lichen. The path was narrower than I expected, a strip of crushed shell and gravel running along the seaward side of the property. On our right, Briarcliff's north wall rose dark and wet, its upper windows black. On our left, the ground sloped toward scrub pine, then rocks, then the Atlantic beating itself white below. Wind shoved at us in irregular gusts. The equipment shed sat 50 yards down, tucked behind a hedge and half hidden by a stack of storm shutters. It was smaller than I expected, gray painted, with a pitched roof and a padlock on the hasp. "Of course," Tessa said. I tried the door. Locked. She shined the flashlight through a dirty window. Panel inside. Tools. Some kind of lever box. "Can you break it?" With what my personality? I looked around. Storm shutters. A rusted garden stake. A coil of hose. A ceramic planter heavy enough to ruin someone's day. Tessa saw me eyeing it. Window. We wrapped the planter in a tarp to keep glass from flying, then swung it together into the pane. The first hit bounced. "Rich people glass," Tessa said, panting. Again. The second hit cracked it. The third broke a hole large enough for Tessa to reach through with her sleeve wrapped around her arm. She hissed as glass caught fabric, but found the latch and flipped it. Inside, the shed smelled of damp wood, gasoline, and mouse droppings. A breaker panel covered one wall. Beside it was a gray metal control box labeled gate/north wing AUX/ventilation. Tessa pointed the flashlight at it. "That seems important." The box had a keypad. "Do you know the code?" she asked. Why would I know the code? 'Cause today keeps making unfair demands. I opened the breaker panel instead. Labels had been added in different handwriting. Kitchen, parlor, east lights, security. North wing neg press, gate motor, AUX lock. Several breakers sat tripped in the middle position. I hesitated. Tessa saw it. What? If we reset the wrong thing, we might open something. If we don't reset anything, the wrong thing may already open. Fair. I flipped gate motor. Nothing obvious happened. I flipped security. From somewhere uphill, a distant alarm chirped and died. Then I flipped north wing neg press. The shed light came on with a buzzing flicker. So did a fan, not in the shed. Somewhere inside the mansion, a deep mechanical rumble started, then coughed, then steadied into a low roar. Tessa grinned despite everything. We did something. My phone buzzed in my pocket, 1 bar, then 2. A text banner tried to load and failed. Signal, I said. Call 911. I dialed. The call connected for 3 seconds. 911, what is your? Then the line dropped. I tried again. No service. Tessa stared at the gray control box. Maybe the shed interferes. Step outside. We moved to the doorway. A sound cracked through the rain, not thunder. An alarm from the house. Long, rising, mechanical. Then another sound joined it, deeper and worse. The groan of old timber under sudden strain. My phone lit up with one incoming text from Eli. Door opening, then another. Not fire door for a moment, the rain seemed to hold still. Tessa looked at me. Mara, we ran. The path back felt twice as long. My lungs burned in the wet cold. My wrist pulsed with every jolt. Tessa slipped near the stone wall and caught herself hard, skinning her palm on rough granite. She didn't stop. Blood mixed with rainwater and ran down her fingers. At the service door, Eli was not there. We slammed inside. Eli, I shouted. No answer from the mudroom. The house alarm cut off mid-wail. That that sudden quiet was worse. We took the back stair 2 at a time. By the top, my legs shook so badly I had to grab the rail. The service hall smelled stronger now. The rotten sweetness spread farther south. The fire door was open, not wide, but open. The linen cart had been shoved aside, twisted metal scraping the floor. Sheets lay dragged into the north corridor, streaked with brown water and something darker. Eli stood just inside the threshold, facing away from us, both hands raised. For one stupid second, I thought someone had a weapon on him. Then I saw Lenora kneeling beside Graham, crying silently, and Graham trying to point toward the far end of the hall. The off-white door was open. Only a foot. Behind it, darkness. Not empty darkness. Not supernatural darkness. Just a room with no power, no windows visible from our angle, and something inside making the mechanical fan we had restarted pull air the wrong way. Plastic sheeting along the corridor snapped inward toward that open room. Inhale. The whole north wing seemed to breathe at once. Tessa whispered, "What did we do?" Eli turned. His face was wet with sweat, not rain. "I thought the fan would help," he said. The pressure changed. It pulled the latch. From inside the room came a sound like something shifting across loose boards. Then a small, clear human cough. A child's cough. Lenora covered her mouth. Graham said no. I stared at the open door, every practical thought in my head collapsing into one impossible shape. Not mold. Not only mold. Someone was in there. And before any of us could move, the fire door behind us slammed shut with a concussion that shook dust from the ceiling. The magnetic lock clicked. The red emergency light above it died. We were trapped in the north corridor, with Graham bleeding on the floor, the sealed room open ahead of us, and a living person coughing in the dark. The fire door did not sound like a door when it shut behind us. It sounded like a verdict. The whole north corridor jumped with it. Dust shook loose from the crown molding. The red emergency light above the threshold flickered once, showing us the ruined linen cart on the other side of the glass slit, and then died. The lock gave a flat, satisfied click. For 2 seconds, nobody moved. Graham lay on the paper-covered floor, his hand clamped around his thigh, breath making a damp whistle through his teeth. Lenora knelt beside him, one sleeve soaked red to the elbow. Eli stood with his back to the wall, and both hands lifted like he had been caught stealing. Tessa was near the fire door, pushing at the handle, even though we all knew before she tried it. Locked. She hit it with the heel of her hand. "Open," she said. "Nothing." "Open, you expensive piece of Tessa," I said. She turned on me. Her face was pale except for 2 bright spots high on her cheeks. Rainwater still dripped from her hair. Blood from the cut in her palm striped her wrist. "No. Don't use my name like a leash right now. I'm not. You flipped the switch." "We both did. I know." Her voice cracked there, and she hated it. "I know." From the open room at the end of the corridor came another cough. Small. Wet. Human. Not a ghost. Not pipes. Not the house being old. A child. The sound went through all of us differently. Lenora bent forward as if struck in the stomach. Graham shut his eyes. Eli whispered, "Oh my God," with no breath behind it. Tessa stopped hitting the door. I turned my phone light toward the off-white door. It stood open about a foot. The blue ribbon still clung to the handle, torn and damp. The keypad beside it blinked red now, slow and tired, like a pulse giving out. The plastic sheeting along the corridor snapped toward the opening and relaxed, snapped and relaxed. The breathing room, only it was airflow, negative pressure, a containment problem. A fan we had restarted from the shed, dragging air toward the compromised space. That should have made it less frightening. It did not. "Who is in there?" I asked. No one answered. I looked at Graham. "Who is in there?" His mouth worked before words came. "Don't go in." Tessa laughed once, but there was no humor in it. "Perfect. Very helpful." Lenore's voice was barely there. "Mara," I turned. She was staring at the dark opening, not with confusion, with recognition. "Mrs. Carter," I said, quieter now. "Who is inside that room?" She pressed one bloody hand over her mouth. Graham said, "Lenora, don't." That decided it. I stepped toward the room. "Mara," Tessa said, "I'm just looking." That's what people say before getting tetanus in mansions. The corridor floor gave under my shoe with a wet flex. I stopped, shifted toward the center, and tested each step before putting weight down. My phone light cut through the dark in a narrow cone. Plastic fluttered along the walls. The smell got worse the closer I came to the off-white door. Rot, wet plaster, animal waste, and the metallic bite of old heating ducts. At the threshold, I pushed the door wider with my foot. It stuck halfway. Something scraped behind it. I aimed the light through the gap. For a second, my brain refused to arrange what I was seeing. The room had once been a nursery or a small sitting room. Pale yellow paint showed in patches where wallpaper had peeled away. The ceiling had opened in two places, exposing lath, pipes, and dangling insulation. Plastic sheeting had been stapled over the windows from the inside, then taped again from the outside. A portable dehumidifier sat dead in one corner beside stacked air scrubbers. The floor was partly covered with plywood sheets. Against the far wall, inside a collapsed tent of plastic, sat a girl. She was maybe 9, maybe 10, thin enough that her wrists looked wrong, hair dark and stuck to her forehead, a gray sweatshirt, bare feet blackened on the soles. She held a copper dog bowl in both hands, the dog bowl from downstairs. Her eyes caught the light and squeezed shut. "Don't," she rasped. I lowered the beam away from her face. "Hi, my name is Mara. We're going to get you out." Behind me, Lenora made a broken sound. The girl's head jerked toward it. "Mrs. Carter." Lenora crawled one step forward before Graham grabbed her wrist. "Don't," he said. "The floor." The girl started coughing again, curling around the bowl. Each cough sounded like it tore something loose in her chest. Tessa came up beside me. Her voice went flat, dangerous flat. "There's a kid in your mold room," Lenora sobbed. I thought she was gone. Graham said nothing. Eli moved closer, shaking. "Gone where?" the girl whispered. "He locked it." "Who?" I asked. Her lips barely moved. "Mr. Carter." For a moment, even the plastic seemed to stop. Then the house groaned. The fan in the walls deepened, pulling harder. The plastic over the windows bellied inward. Somewhere above us, water pattered down behind plaster. The open room inhaled. The child's hair lifted off her cheek. Tessa grabbed my sleeve. "We have to move. Now." "Floor's weak," I said. Then we used the plywood. I looked down. 2 plywood sheets crossed part of the room from the doorway to the dehumidifier. Beyond them, the floorboards sagged visibly near the far wall where the girl sat. Water had collected in shallow ripples under the plastic. The girl was trapped beyond the safest path. I turned back to Graham. "How do we unlock the fire door?" He swallowed. His face was shiny with sweat. "Panel." "Where?" "Behind the linen cart, outside." "We're inside." "I know." Tessa's hand went to her cut palm. She pressed it against her shirt and swore softly. "Other way out?" I asked. Graham did not answer. Lenora did. "There's an exterior maintenance hatch in that room for the old balcony drainage. It opens over the side roof." Tessa stared at her. "And you didn't mention that when we were discussing being trapped." "I forgot." "You forgot an exit. My husband had it sealed." "Of course he did." The girl coughed again. "Short, wet, worse. I made the plan because someone had to, and because my fear liked shape better than confusion." "Tessa, find the hatch. Eli, get every sheet and towel from the hall. We make a path over the soft floor if we need it. Lenora, keep pressure on Graham's leg. Graham, if you lie again, I will leave you here emotionally, if not physically." His eyes flicked toward me. Tessa was already inside the room, stepping on the plywood, scanning walls with her flashlight. "Hatch, hatch, stupid rich person secret hatch." Eli stumbled to the linen cart wreckage and gathered fallen sheets with shaking hands. "What about asbestos?" "We're already in it," Tessa said. "That's not comforting." It wasn't meant to be. I entered the room. Each breath felt expensive. My throat prickled, my eyes watered. I pulled my shirt collar over my nose, which was not real protection, only a gesture my body demanded. The plywood bowed under me but held. "Hey," I said to the girl, keeping my voice even. "What's your name?" She watched me like I might become worse if she answered. "Nina." "Nina what?" "Bale." Nina Bale, around 10 years old, female, with a small New England accent that sounded local to Maine or Massachusetts, was not part of any client list, staff list, or family introduction I had been given. She was dirty, dehydrated, and sick from breathing whatever this room had been feeding her. Her fear was past screaming now. It had gone quiet and careful. "Okay, Nina," I said. "Can you stand?" She shook her head. "Leg hurt, my ankle." She lifted one foot an inch and whimpered. Her ankle was swollen around the bone, skin purple under grime. Cost, already paid by someone smaller than us. Behind me, Graham said. She fell. Tessa snapped. "Nobody asked you." Nina flinched at the sharp voice. I lowered myself into a crouch, and my wrist screamed when I braced against the plywood. "Nina, I'm going to come closer. I won't touch you until I say what I'm doing." She nodded once. The floor between us was bad. No way around it. The plywood stopped 4 feet short of her. Those 4 feet looked like nothing and everything. Eli brought sheets. I took them and twisted them into thick ropes, then laid folded towels over the wet boards, not because cloth would support weight, but because it showed us where not to step twice. Tessa kicked at a loose plywood sheet near the dead dehumidifier and dragged it toward me. "Help," she said. I grabbed with my left hand. Pain flashed. We pulled. The sheet scraped over the floor. From the wall cavity came a hard, skittering rush. All of us froze. Something slammed against the plastic from inside the broken wall. Eli yelled. Nina screamed, a dry, torn sound, and covered her head. The bulging plastic thumped again. Once, twice. Then a gray shape burst from the torn lower edge. Eli stumbled backward and hit the corridor wall. A raccoon shot across the floor, slick with dust and insulation, claws scrabbling on paper. It careened into the baseboard, found the open fire door threshold blocked, then bolted back through the room and vanished into the ceiling gap above the windows. For half a second, nobody spoke. Then Tessa bent forward, hands on knees, breathing hard. "Pest activity," she said. I almost laughed. Almost. The misdirection had an explanation. A living, filthy, terrified explanation with ringed tail and claws. It did not explain the child. It did not explain the lock. It did not explain why Graham looked relieved by the raccoon, as if a wild animal was the version of the truth he preferred. Nina was crying now, but silently. I slid the plywood sheet forward. It bridged most of the rotten patch. "Good," I said. "Okay, good." Tessa found the hatch behind a plastic-covered bookcase. "Here, small door, painted over. There's a latch." "Can it open?" She pulled. "Nothing." "Sealed," she said. "With what?" "Paint, caulk, spite. Break it." "With what?" I looked at the dead dehumidifier. "Use that." She grinned once, savage and quick. Then came a new sound, down the corridor, beyond the closed fire door. Voices, not rescuers. Too close. Too calm. A man shouting from the far side. "Graham." Lenora's whole body tightened. Graham whispered, "Philip." Philip Carter had arrived. Philip Carter, 62, male from Boston, Massachusetts, owner of Briarcliff and husband to Lenora, appeared first as a voice through a locked fire door, controlled, furious, and inconvenienced. Every word carried the assumption that any disaster in his house was a staffing issue. "Graham, open this door right now." Tessa looked at Lenora. "Tell him there's a child." Lenora's lips parted. Graham said, "No." I stared at him. "Why?" "He'll leave," Graham said. "He'll shut it down from outside and leave us until he has legal coverage." No one challenged him. That told me enough. Philip hit the fire door. "Lenora, are you in there?" Lenora called back. "Philip, call 911. A pause, then, "What happened? Call them." "Is anyone else with you?" Tessa whispered, unbelievable. I turned back to Nina. "We're going now." The next part had no elegance. Tessa used the dehumidifier like a battering ram against the painted overhatch. Once. Twice. On the third hit, the plastic casing cracked. On the fourth, the hatch frame split with a wooden shriek. Eli helped her, crying openly now and pretending he was. I crawled onto the plywood bridge toward Nina. The sheet bowed under my knees. "Slow. Do not rush. Do not put weight near the wall." The room breathed around me. Fan pulling. Plastic snapping. Mold, dust, rot, salt air trapped behind sealed windows. My throat burned. Injured wrist had gone from pain to a hot numbness that frightened me more. I reached Nina. "I'm going to pick you up," I said. "Arms around my neck if you can." "I can't," she whispered. "Yes, you can," a command, not because I was cruel. Because fear sometimes needs a rail to grip. She put one arm around me, weak, bird bone light. When I lifted her, she screamed at the ankle. "Sorry," I said. "I'm sorry, I'm sorry." The plywood shifted. My right foot punched through. Not far. just to the ankle. The board below gave way with a wet crack, and my leg dropped into cold black space between joists. I clutched Nina against me and slammed my bad wrist into the floor to stop us falling. White pain, real pain. I heard myself make a sound I didn't recognize. Tessa shouted my name. "Don't come," I yelled. The floor sagged. Nina clung to my shirt with sudden strength. Under my trapped foot, something sharp bit through my pant leg. Nail, broken lath, metal mesh. I felt warmth spread down my shin. "Get the sheet rope," I said. Eli moved first. Good Eli, frightened Eli. Eli who wanted permission and finally stopped waiting for it. He grabbed the twisted sheets and threw one end toward me. It fell short, again. This time it landed across my forearm. I wrapped it around Nina first. "Pull her." "No," Nina cried. "Look at me," I said. "They're going to pull you. I'm right behind." A lie, maybe not. Tessa and Eli pulled. Nina slid across the plywood, screaming when her ankle bumped the seam. Tessa caught her under the arms and dragged her onto the safer section near the door. Then the floor under me dropped another inch. Clipped thoughts. Foot trapped, wrist bad, air foul, door locked, Philip outside, Graham bleeding, child out, move. I tried to pull my leg free. Something tore in my shin. Pain flared hot and nauseating. "Mara," Tessa shouted. "Pull." They pulled the sheet rope around my chest. I pushed with my left hand, useless wrist tucked against me. The floor cracked. My shoe stayed caught. I kicked out of it. My foot came free without the shoe. I slammed onto the plywood and rolled, shaking, one sock soaked in dirty water and blood. Tessa dragged me by the back of my shirt. "I hate you," she said, crying now. "I hate you so much." Later, the hatch finally opened, not to freedom, to a sloped slate roof slick with rain, just below the second floor. Beyond it, the cliff side of the house dropped toward a narrow ledge, and the old balcony drainage path. Wind punched cold air into the room, thinning the rot smell for one blessed second. Tessa looked out. "That is not an exit, that's a lawsuit." "It goes where?" I asked Lenora. "Along the roofline to the east balcony, then stairs down to the terrace. Unlocked. I don't know." Philip's voice boomed through the fire door. "Do not open any exterior access. Do you understand me, Lenora?" Graham tried to sit up and failed. "He'll seal it." I looked at Lenora. She looked at Nina. Something in Lenora settled, not calm, decision. She took the bloody towel from Graham's leg, pressed his hand down over it, and stood. "Lenora," Graham said, "I'm done." She went to the fire door and shouted, "Philip, there's a child in here." Silence. Then Philip said lower, "You don't know what you're saying." Lenora laughed once. It sounded like a plate breaking. "I know exactly what I'm saying." A key or tool scraped on the other side of the fire door. Tessa lifted Nina toward the hatch. Time to not be here. Graham grabbed my ankle as I limped past him. "Don't let him take the girl." His grip was weak but desperate. "Who is she?" I asked. His eyes filled with something like shame. "Daughter of a housekeeper, Alina Bale. She died here last year." "Died how?" "Fell from the service stair. They said accident." Nina whimpered at the name. The fire door handle jerked. Philip was opening it from outside. No time. We moved in fragments. Eli climbed through first onto the roof, shaking but steady enough to guide Nina. Tessa passed the girl to him. Nina cried but held on. Lenora followed, slower, her cream sweater smeared with Graham's blood. Then Tessa. I turned back for Graham. He shook his head. Can't climb. We're not leaving you. You'll die trying. The fire door unlocked with a loud metallic clack. Philip pushed it open 3 inches before the crushed linen cart jammed against it from outside. His face appeared in the gap, gray hair, expensive raincoat, eyes bright with anger, not fear. He saw me, saw Graham, saw the open room, saw the hatch. Then he saw Nina. His expression did not change enough. That was the worst part. Bring her here, he said. I bent, grabbed the booster pack cable from where it had been dropped in the corridor, and looped it around the interior handle of the off-white room door. What are you doing? Graham rasped. Improvising. I pulled the room door toward its frame as far as it would go. The cable hooked to a wall bracket where plastic sheeting had been anchored. Not a lock, not strong. Enough to slow movement. Enough to stop the corridor breathing so hard. Then I dragged Graham by his armpits. He screamed. No way around it. Blood streaked the paper floor. My wrist gave out once, and I nearly dropped him. Philip slammed his shoulder against the fire door, widening the gap another. Mara, Tessa shouted from the hatch. I got Graham to the opening. We can't lift him, I said. Yes, we can, Tessa said. Her cut hand shook. Eli, outside on the roof, braced both feet against the slate and leaned in. Together, they hauled Graham halfway through. He screamed again, then went limp for one terrifying second. Not dead. Consciousness gone. Maybe better. I shoved from inside until his hips cleared the hatch. My injured leg buckled. I fell hard against the wall. Philip forced the fire door open enough to slip one arm through. He grabbed my sleeve. His fingers dug into my arm. Do you have any idea what you've done? He hissed. I looked at his hand on me. Then I drove my knee into his wrist. Not dramatic, not clean. I caught bone against metal edge. He swore and let go. I scrambled through the hatch as the fire door shoved wider behind me. Outside, the roof was worse than it had looked. Rain slicked the slate. Wind came up from the water and tried to peel us off the house. Eli had Nina clutched against him near a copper gutter. Tessa and Lenora were dragging Graham along the slope toward a narrow, flat section above the east balcony. Every movement was slow because speed would kill us. Below, the Atlantic struck the rocks with white force. We edged sideways. One step, slide, catch. One step. My socked foot slipped. My shin tore open wider against slate. I bit down on my own sleeve to keep from making noise that would scare Nina more. Behind us, Philip climbed halfway through the hatch. Then the off-white door inside the room slammed shut. The booster cable held for 1 second. 2. Then something inside the damaged wall shifted. The plastic seal tore loose, and the corridor's pressure changed with a deep, ugly whomp. Not a monster. Air. Rotten structure. Failed containment. A house sealed wrong, ventilated wrong, neglected wrong, finally obeying physics. The ceiling inside the room collapsed. The sound was enormous in the small space behind us. Plaster, lath, wet insulation, old ductwork coming down in a single heavy roar. Dust and foul air blasted through the hatch. Philip vanished backward with a shout. The hatch frame belched gray debris. Then only rain. We kept moving because stopping would turn shock into paralysis. At the east balcony, the French doors were locked from inside. Of course, Tessa still had the rusted garden stake from the shed tucked through her belt like a ridiculous sword. I had not even noticed. She pulled it free and smashed the lower pane. Once, twice, glass broke inward. She reached through, unlocked the door, and we spilled into a guest bedroom with blue striped wallpaper and furniture covered in sheets. Clean air felt like a miracle, even dusty. Eli set Nina on the bed. Lenora pressed towels around Graham's leg. Tessa shut the balcony doors against the rain and slid a chair under the handles with shaking hands. I crawled to the bedside phone. Dead. My cell showed one bar. I dialed 911 again. This time the call connected. "This is 911. What is your emergency?" I looked at Nina, curled on the bed with the copper dog bowl still somehow in her hands. At Graham unconscious on the carpet. At Lenora rocking back and forth with blood on her sweater. At Tessa holding her cut palm and staring at me like she might either hug me or hit me. I gave the address. I said child found locked in hazardous room. I said injured adult, severe bleeding. I said trapped persons. I said possible structural collapse. When the dispatcher asked who had locked the child in the room, I looked toward the hallway, where somewhere beyond walls and doors Philip Carter was either buried, blocked, or already trying to explain himself to an empty house. "I don't know yet," I said. It was not quite true, but it was enough to get them moving. Outside, sirens were still far away, not sudden, not magic, not in time to save us from what had already happened. Inside Briarcliff, the breathing stopped, and somehow that was not comforting. The first responders did not come through the front door. That detail stayed with me, not the sirens, not the bright wash of red and blue lights sliding over Briarcliff's wet windows, not the paramedic cutting Graham's trouser leg open with trauma shears, while Lenora stood in the corner of the guest bedroom with both hands held out from her body, as if she had forgotten they belonged to her. It was the door. Firefighters from Cape Elizabeth came up through the east terrace, helmets slick with rain, boots grinding glass underfoot, where Tessa had smashed the balcony pane. They carried equipment through a guest bedroom that probably hadn't seen mud in 50 years. One of them looked at the chair wedged under the balcony handles, the bloody towels, the child curled on the bed with a copper dog bowl tucked against her ribs, and his face changed in that professional way people have when the job gets worse than the call. He said, "We're going to need another bus." Then everything became instructions. "Ma'am, step back. Sir, can you hear me? Who else is in the house? Do not go back into that hallway. Keep her warm." Who made the 911 call? I tried to answer all of it at once and failed. "My name is Mara Voss. I own the cleaning company. There are 5 of us in here, 1 injured adult, 1 child, possible hazardous exposure. North wing collapse. Owner may still be inside. Locked fire door. Electric gate failed. Dead vehicle. I don't know if the room is safe. No, I'm not family. Yes, my leg is bleeding. No, I don't know how long she was in there." A paramedic put a hand on my shoulder and said, "Sit." I sat because my body had been waiting for permission to stop. Tessa stayed, standing for another 3 minutes out of spite. She hovered near Nina like a guard dog with a cut paw, snapping at anyone who spoke too quickly, until a female EMT with gray hair and no patience said, "You can protect her better from that chair." Tessa stared at her. The EMT stared back. Tessa sat. Eli went quiet. Too quiet. He had helped carry Nina across a roof in freezing rain, had held Graham's head still, while paramedics got a tourniquet high on his thigh, had answered questions when I could not remember whether the service stair turned left or right at the landing. Then he sat on the carpet near the broken balcony doors with a blanket over his shoulders and stared at his hands. Every few seconds, his fingers closed as if he was still gripping a sheet rope. Lenora did not cry after the firefighters arrived. That seemed important. In the north corridor, she had sounded like something inside her had torn loose. But once uniforms filled the room, once radios crackled, and the house became evidence instead of a secret, Lenora Carter became still. Her cream sweater was ruined. Graham's blood had dried in dark patches down her sleeves. There was plaster dust in her hair. She answered questions in a low, flat voice and did not look toward the hall when firefighters forced the jammed fire door from the other side. "Philip Carter," she said, "my husband, 62. He was on the service side of the north wing when the collapse happened. A police officer wrote that down. Is he armed?" Lenora's mouth moved once before she answered. "Not usually." That made the officer look up. Not usually. It was enough. They found Philip 20 minutes later in the second-floor service hall, not buried, not dead, not dramatically punished by the house he had tried to control. He was sitting on the floor near the ruined linen cart, with one arm held close to his chest, and blood running from a cut over his eyebrow. A firefighter told us later he had been pinned briefly by fallen debris and forced his way free through the hall, then sat down when he realized he could not open the outer fire door without help. He was angry when they brought him out. That stayed with me too. Not ashamed, not frantic about Nina, not asking whether Graham would live, or whether his wife was safe, or whether the child he had called a misunderstanding was breathing clean air yet. Angry, he saw Lenora first. "You had no right," he said. A police officer stepped between them before she answered. Lenora looked at Philip over the officer's shoulder. "I know." She did not raise her voice. "I know exactly how much right I had." Then she turned away. Nina heard his voice and folded inward so fast the pulse monitor clipped to her fingers slipped loose. Tessa reached for her, but the EMT got there first, calm and practiced, murmuring, "You're safe, you're okay. He's not coming in here." Nina did not believe her. I could see that. Safety is a thing adults say when they have run out of better tools. They took Nina first. She fought the oxygen mask until the gray-haired EMT showed her how to hold it herself. That mattered. Control mattered. Nina kept the mask pressed to her face with both hands, eyes moving from person to person, calculating who might lie next. Before they carried her out, she looked toward Lenora. "Where's my mom?" she asked. The room changed. Nobody moved, but everything tightened. Lenora stepped closer to the stretcher. "Nina," the EMT glanced between them. Nina's voice came smaller through the mask. "He said she left." Lenora covered her mouth with one hand. That was her answer before words. Nina understood it. Children understand what adults try to soften. They read the silence under the sentence. Her eyes shut. Her whole face pinched once, and then she became still in a way I hated. Not calm, stored away. The EMT rolled her out. Tessa tried to follow. A firefighter stopped her gently. Family only. Tessa lifted her injured palm like she might push him. I said, "Tess." She turned on me, and for half a second, all the fear and fury had nowhere to go except my face. "She doesn't have family in there," she said. Lenora heard. "I'll go," Lenora said. Tessa looked at her like she wanted to refuse on Nina's behalf, but she didn't. Maybe because Lenora had finally chosen the right side too late, and too late was still better than never. Maybe because Tessa's hand was bleeding through its bandage. Maybe because we were all running out of ways to stand up. Lenora followed Nina down the terrace stairs in the rain, wrapped in a firefighter's coat, leaving bloody footprints on the pale guest room carpet. Graham went next. He had regained consciousness just long enough to grab my sleeve as they loaded him. "Tell them," he whispered. I did. No, all of it. His eyes were wet and unfocused, but his grip was still there. I leaned closer. "Alina didn't fall," he said. Then the paramedic said, "Ma'am, step back," and they carried him out. I told the police that too. Love it as much as I had. The housekeeper's name, Alina Bale, the service stare, Nina's words, Graham's words, Philip's behavior, the canceled restoration visit, the note about odor complaints and movement in the wall cavity, the dead van, the cut or split battery cable, the gate, the control box in the shed, the electronic lock, the pressure switch. I gave them everything in pieces because my teeth had started chattering, and my left shoe was still missing somewhere under rotten flooring in the north wing. An officer named Reyes took my statement in the back of an ambulance, while another paramedic cleaned my leg. Officer Reyes, female, maybe early 40s, from her accent likely local to southern Maine, had rainwater on the shoulders of her uniform, and a way of listening that made me feel both safer and more exposed. She asked short questions and did not fill silence. "Did you see Mr. Carter lock the child in the room?" "No." "Did you see him harm Mr. Pike?" "No." "Did you see him sabotage your van?" "No." "Did anyone tell you directly he did any of those things?" Nina said he locked it. Graham said not to let him take her. Graham said Alina didn't fall. She wrote that down. The paramedic poured saline over the gash in my shin. I hissed so hard my vision blurred. "Sorry," he said. "No, you're not." "No," he agreed. "But I mean it politely." The cut needed stitches. My wrist, it turned out, was not just acting up. I had sprained it badly, or possibly cracked something small. X-rays would decide. Tessa's palm needed cleaning and glue. Eli had no visible injuries except a bruised shoulder and a raw place on his knee. But when someone dropped a metal case near the ambulance, he jerked so violently he knocked over a cup of water. Ordinary damage. Receipts from fear. By early evening, the rain had thinned to mist. Briarcliff glowed with work lights, its elegant lines broken by yellow tape, fire apparatus, police cars, and men in respirators moving in and out through doors that rich people once used to control who belonged where. The electric gate stood open. Someone had forced it manually. My van sat under the service yard light with its hood up, small and pathetic beside the estate vehicles. A firefighter confirmed the battery cable had been damaged. Could have been where, he said. Could have been cut. He looked toward the house, then back at me. Police will decide. That meant yes in public language. They did not let us retrieve our supplies. Evidence, contamination, both. At the hospital in Portland, the world became fluorescent and slow. Nina was taken to pediatrics. We did not see her again that night. Someone from Child Protective Services arrived, then a detective, then a woman with a canvas bag full of paperwork who looked like she had been carrying other people's worst days for years. Graham went into surgery. The cut had missed his femoral artery by less than the width of a finger. That detail made Tessa sit down hard when she heard it. Lenora stayed until after midnight. I saw her once in the corridor outside radiology. She had changed into scrubs someone had given her, her hair loose around her face, no diamonds in her ears. Without the sweater and the house and the glass vase of roses, she looked like a woman who had been standing in a burning room for years and only just noticed the smoke. She stopped when she saw me. "I'm sorry," she said. I had imagined that moment while I waited for X-rays. I had imagined saying something clean and brutal, something Tessa would approve of, something about sorry being a word people used when the consequences finally had witnesses. But then I thought of Nina asking where her mother was. I thought of Lenora following her into the rain. I said, "You should be," she nodded. "I am. That doesn't fix it." No, a nurse called my name before either of us could make the conversation better or worse. My wrist was not broken. My leg took 9 stitches. Tessa got her palm glued and wrapped. Eli refused a sedative, then accepted tea from a nurse, and cried into the paper cup when she walked away. Tessa sat beside him and said, "You did good." He shook his head. "You did," she said. "You were scared and you did things anyway. That's literally the whole trick." He wiped his face with the heel of his hand. I kept waiting for someone to tell me what to do. "Yeah," she said. "That part sucked." He laughed once, accidentally. We took a cab back from the hospital because the van had been impounded for examination, which felt ridiculous and also appropriate. My cleaning supplies, the cash envelope, the microfiber cloths, the vacuum, all of it stayed at Briarcliff or with evidence technicians. My bank app still showed exactly what it had shown that morning. Bills waiting. Life continuing with no interest in what we had survived. 3 days later, Officer Reyes called. Philip Carter had been arrested on charges that sounded both huge and insufficient. Kidnapping, reckless endangerment, assault, obstruction, and several others still being reviewed. Investigators had found signs that the room had been used to hide Nina for at least 2 days, possibly longer. There were water bottles, protein bar wrappers, a camping lantern with dead batteries, and a child's sweatshirt pushed behind the dehumidifier. 2 days, possibly longer. That phrase became a place my mind would not stop visiting. Nina had been hiding on the property after her mother's death, Reyes said carefully, then later contained. After she threatened to talk about what she saw, The exact sequence was still being established. That was police language too. It meant the truth was ugly and not ready for public handling. Alina Bale's death was reopened. Graham survived surgery. Lenora retained an attorney and gave a statement. The fundraiser was canceled. That last part made Tessa laugh for almost a full minute, not because it was funny, but because if she stopped laughing, she was going to throw her phone across my kitchen. A week after Briarcliff, I got the van back. The mechanic showed me the battery cable under the harsh shop light. The insulation had been sliced in a neat diagonal near the terminal, then bent enough to look like stress damage if you didn't have a reason to look closely. Someone wanted it to fail, I asked. He rolled the cable between his fingers. Someone wanted it to look like it failed. I paid for the repair with money I did not have yet. 2 weeks after that, an envelope arrived at my apartment in South Portland. No return address. Inside was the second half of our payment from Briarcliff in cash and a handwritten note from Lenora. For your work, for your injuries, for what I failed to do sooner. I stared at it for a long time. Then I put Tessa's share and Eli's share into separate envelopes and drove them over myself. I kept mine because I needed it. That is not noble. It is true. Life did not become clean after that. People like to imagine survival as a doorway. You pass through and stand somewhere brighter. Mostly, survival is paperwork, medical bills, police calls, insurance forms, a wrist brace that itches under rubber gloves, a young employee who quits 2 months later because every old house makes him check the ceilings, a best friend who still works with you but refuses any job where the phrase private estate appears in the email. Tessa and I changed the company policy. No locked rooms without written explanation. No isolated properties without 2 working vehicles. No jobs where the client refuses Wi-Fi access. No blue ribbons. Especially no blue ribbons. Spring came slowly to Maine. The snowbanks went gray at the edges, then shrank into dirty piles beside parking lots. Salt washed off windshields. Tourists started appearing too early in fleece jackets, pretending not to be cold. One April morning, I cleaned a dentist's office in Scarborough. Fluorescent lights, vinyl floors, no antiques, no ocean cliffs, no family portraits watching from staircases. The HVAC vent above exam room 3 made a soft, rhythmic flutter whenever the heat kicked on. In, out, in, out. I stood under it with a trash bag in my hand, waiting for my body to believe what my brain already knew. Airflow, a loose damper, normal. From the front room, Tessa called, "Mara, I'm fine. You doing the thing?" "What thing?" "The thing where you stare at architecture like it owes you money." I tied the trash bag closed. "It does." She appeared in the doorway, palm scar now a pale line across the heel of her hand. "Coffee after this?" "Yeah." "The place with the blueberry muffins?" "Yeah." She watched me for another second, then nodded as if we had completed some private safety check. I looked once more at the vent. The flutter stopped, just heat shutting off. Ordinary. Later, much later, Officer Reyes told me Nina was placed with an aunt in Vermont. She was in therapy. Her ankle healed. Her lungs were being monitored. She asked once whether the woman who cleaned the house still had her dog bowl. I didn't. The copper bowl was evidence. But a month after that, a small package arrived at our office, addressed to Mara Voss Cleaning Services in careful adult handwriting. Inside was a cheap keychain shaped like a copper dog bowl, the kind you could buy online for $6, and a card with only 2 words written in blue marker. "Thank you," Tessa cried first. I pretended not to, then failed. I keep the keychain on the ring for the van now, beside the fob and the tiny flashlight I added after Briarcliff. Knocks softly against the steering column when I drive. Most days, it sounds like metal. Some days, if the road is rough and the windows are closed, it makes a small hollow click. Tick, tick, tick. And for 1 second, I am back in that hallway, smelling wet plaster and lemon oil, watching a wall move like a chest under a blanket. Then the light changes. Someone honks. A client texts to ask if we can do baseboards. The world returns to itself. Almost. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is "The Old Arcade Machine in the Corner Knows How I'm Going to Die." For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The machine spat my quarterback with something stuck to it. Not gum, not rust. A narrow strip of thermal paper, damp at the edge like it had been licked, curled around the coin and clung to the ridges. It had one line printed on it in the faint purple gray of a dying receipt printer. Player 1. Try again before impact for a second. All I could hear was the game's attract music looping through a speaker that had blown out sometime during the first Bush administration. A bright little chiptune, warped at the high notes, cheerful in a way that made the rest of the room seem tired. Then the machine blinked. The screen went black, reflected my face back at me in a muddy rectangle, and lit up again with the words "Insert coin." My name is Owen Mercer. I'm 29, male, from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and I have a bad habit of making jokes when I should probably be taking things seriously. Not brave jokes, not heroic jokes, more like the kind you toss into a room because silence feels too much like an accusation. I was standing in the back corner of a barcade called Pixel Pete's in Lawrenceville, on Butler Street, with a wet quarter pinched between my fingers and a knot tightening under my ribs that I wanted badly to laugh off. So I laughed. Not a big laugh, just a sharp little breath through my nose. "Okay," I said to the machine. "That's new." Behind me, the bar was doing its usual Friday night impression of fun. Glassware clinking, stools scraping, somebody shouting over a pinball table, the fryer coughing out another batch of onion rings. The place smelled like spilled lager, old carpet, lemon disinfectant, and the metallic dust that came off hot arcade cabinets. Pixel Pete S. had exposed brick, black painted ceiling pipes, and a row of modern cabinets up front that took swipe cards. Back here, though, tucked beyond the bathrooms and a staff-only door with a crooked sign, the owner kept the old machines. The real old ones. Cigarette-burned control panels, marquees yellowed at the edges, joysticks polished smooth by thousands of hands. The one in the corner was called Last Life. I'd never noticed it before. It sat at an angle between a dead change machine and a framed poster for some local beer festival from 2016. No manufacturer logo. No instructions. The side art showed a little white car, pixelated and blocky, driving down a black road toward a red horizon. Above it, in block letters, was the title, Last Life. The cabinet was taller than the others, the wood swollen near the bottom like it had spent time in a basement flood. A faint buzz came from inside it, low and steady, not quite matching the electrical hum of the rest of the games. I peeled the strip of paper off my quarter. It left a sticky gray smear on my thumb. "Are you playing that thing or proposing to it?" Mara called. Mara Bell, 30, female, from Columbus, Ohio, was leaning against the skee ball machine with a plastic basket of balls tucked under one arm like she'd stolen it from a carnival. She was my best friend in the way people become best friends after they've seen each other fail at enough versions of adulthood. We'd met 6 years earlier at a print shop in the Strip District, where she designed wedding invitations for couples who used words like whimsical and timeless, until she went home and drew angry cartoons of birds smoking cigarettes. She wore her hair in a messy dark bob, had paint on her left thumbnail from a mural job, and treated fear like a speed bump. Annoying, usually avoidable, occasionally fun if you hit it fast enough. With Mara, nothing was unsettling until it was inconvenient. "I'm being emotionally manipulated by furniture," I said. "That tracks." She rolled a skee ball underhand without looking. It thumped up the lane, hopped, and dropped into the 10-point pocket with the embarrassed sound of a bad decision. Eli was beside her, trying to coax his phone into getting a signal under the exposed ductwork. Eli Novick, 32, male from Cleveland, Ohio, was tall, narrow-shouldered, and careful with his movements, like he'd been told the world was fragile and had believed it. He worked as a structural inspector, which meant he could walk into any building and quietly ruin your day by pointing out cracks. He was Mara's older cousin, and for the last 2 months, my unofficial escape plan from staying in Pittsburgh longer than I wanted. We'd been talking about driving west together in June, maybe Denver, maybe Portland. Anywhere that made my life feel less like a room I kept forgetting to leave. He glanced up. What did it do? Rejected my quarter and gave me a fortune cookie threat. That's not a recognized payment method. I held up the paper. Mara came over first because she always did when trouble was weird rather than obviously dangerous. She took the strip between 2 fingers, squinted, then turned it toward the nearest neon beer sign. "Try again before impact," she read. "That's very dramatic for 25 cents. Eli didn't take it. He just leaned in and looked. "Thermal paper," he said. like a receipt printer. Thank you, Professor. No, I mean old arcade machines don't usually have those. Maybe this one has dreams, Mara said. Maybe Pete rigged it for Halloween, I said, though it was March, and the nearest seasonal decoration was a paper shamrock taped above the bar. I wanted that explanation to settle the little movement under my skin. A prank, a hacked cabinet, some retro art project with bad wiring, and an even worse sense of humor. Pixel Pete's hosted trivia nights, local DJ sets, indie game showcases. It wasn't impossible that someone had modified an old cabinet to spit out creepy messages. Not impossible. That mattered, because I don't like things that can't be walked backward into a normal shape. That's the part I usually don't tell people. I'm not afraid of ghosts or curses, or whatever the internet has decided is haunting laundromats this week. I'm afraid of consequences I can't see coming. Phone calls after midnight. Cars drifting over center lines. A doctor saying, "We should run one more test," and not meeting your eye. My father died when I was 16 because a municipal salt truck slid through a red light on Penn Avenue during a sleet storm and folded his Subaru into a bus shelter. It wasn't cinematic. It was paperwork, phone trees, a bag of clothes with one shoe missing, and my mother washing coffee mugs that nobody had used. Ever since, I've had this private, stupid belief that if I pay enough attention, I can spot the bad thing before it arrives. I check tires. I read exit signs. Sit facing doors. I make jokes so no one notices me counting ways out. The arcade machine hummed and waited. A woman pushed past us from the restroom hall, laughing into her phone, and her shoulder clipped mine. The paper strip fluttered from Mara's hand. I caught it against the cabinet before it fell. "Sorry," the woman said without slowing down. The machine made a sound, not part of the music, not a beep from the game. A soft internal click, like a relay switching. The words on the screen changed. "Player 1, 0017, Mara said. The number ticked down. 0016, Eli straightened. "Did you hit something?" he asked. "No, button. I didn't touch it." Mara leaned close to the screen, her reflection floating over the pixel road. "Maybe it's a countdown demo." "Demo to what?" I said. She smiled, but her eyes were doing that quick side-to-side search she used when she was recalculating. "To Fun, Owen. Remember Fun? 0012. The chiptune kept looping. Somewhere near the bar, a pint glass dropped and broke. Everyone made the same short, sympathetic noise, then went back to their drinks. The bartender yelled, "All good," the friar hissed. A pinball machine rang 3 times in a row. Normal sounds, normal place. 0008. Eli stepped around me and examined the control panel. 1 joystick, 2 red buttons, a coin return lever, a scratched metal plate that should have listed the manufacturer, but instead had been scraped clean. He crouched, peered at the lock on the cash door, then at the cord disappearing behind the cabinet. "It's powered through that strip," he said. "Same as the others. Can you unplug it?" He looked at me. I hated that look. The one that meant he had noticed I was asking too quickly. "Probably," he said. Mara reached past him and slapped the red button. The screen flashed white. The countdown stopped at 0003. For 1 clean second, nothing happened. Then every machine along the back wall shut off. Not the whole bar, just the old cabinets. Their screens collapsed into thin bars of light and vanished. The sound died in pieces. First the racing game beside us, then the shooter cabinet, then the Pac-Man bootleg with its endless electronic wacka that had been chewing through the corner all night. The sudden absence left behind the bar noise up front, too far away and too human, and the electrical buzz inside Last Life, which had not shut off at all. Mara pulled her hand back slowly. "Okay," she said, quieter now. "That was rude." A man's voice came from behind us. "Don't hit it like that." We turned. The owner stood in the narrow gap between the bathrooms and the staff door, holding a gray bus tub full of empty cans against his hip. Pete Alvarez, 57, male, from Erie, Pennsylvania, had a thick mustache, a shaved head, and the permanent squint of someone who had spent years reading labels in dim storerooms. Nobody called him Peter, not even health inspectors. He wore a black Pixel Pete's shirt stretched over his stomach and a dish towel thrown over one shoulder. Usually he looked half amused, half exhausted, like he'd accepted that adults would pay money to play games they complained were rigged. He was not amused now. "Sorry," Mara said, lifting both hands. It started counting down. Pete looked at the screen. The display had changed again. "Insert coin." He stared at it for longer than I liked. "Where'd you get that?" he asked. "The quarter," I said. "The paper." I realized I was still holding the strip. I folded my fingers around it. "It came out of the coin return." "No, it didn't." That snapped the last little thread of humor I'd been trying to keep wrapped around the moment. "It did," I said. Pete set the bus tub down on the dead change machine. Cans shifted and clicked against each other. His face had gone still in a way that made him look older than he had 10 seconds ago. He held out his hand. "Let me see." Mara looked at me first. Eli looked at Pete. I gave him the strip. Pete read it. His thumb moved over the words once, smearing them slightly. Thermal print, cheap ink, heat sensitive, nothing magical. Nothing that couldn't be done with a hidden printer and a script. I kept repeating that in my head while Pete's jaw worked. "Machine S not for customers," he said. "It's on the floor," Mara said. "Doesn't mean it's for customers. It says insert coin." A lot of things say things. Eli stood up. "Why is it plugged in?" Pete gave him a quick, irritated glance, but there was worry under it, plain enough that even Mara didn't push another joke into the opening. "It was brought in this morning," Pete said. "Guy I know from Greensburg dropped it off with a couple cabinets I bought. I haven't checked it yet." "Who?" I asked. "Guy from Greensburg." That clears it up. Pete looked at me. "You want the long version? Buy me a bourbon after close. I might need one before." He didn't smile. The machines along the wall flickered back on one at a time. The racing game first, its speaker coughing before revving into its demo loop. Then the shooter. Then the Pac-Man bootleg. Lights returned to the corner in dirty yellows and reds, and the moment loosened around us just enough for embarrassment to sneak in. I became aware of my own posture, too stiff, shoulders raised. Mara rubbed her palm against her jeans. Eli checked the ceiling as if there might be an obvious electrical fault hiding among the pipes. A couple near the air hockey table glanced over, decided we weren't interesting, and went back to arguing about whether the puck had crossed the line. Pete tucked the paper into his shirt pocket. "Leave it alone," he said. "That should have been the end of it." It would have been, for most people. But Mara had already shifted her weight, and Eli had his inspector face on, and I had the worst possible combination of fear and curiosity. The kind where fear doesn't tell you to leave. It tells you to gather more information before you leave. "What happens if we do?" Mara asked. Pete exhaled through his nose. "Then I throw you out, and you can go drink somewhere with cleaner bathrooms and worse fries." "No, I know what you mean." He picked up the bus tub. The cans rattled hard enough to sound like applause from a room no one wanted to enter. "This place has cameras?" Eli asked. Pete paused. "Of course. Can we see them?" "No, why not?" "Because you're customers, not detectives." Mara made a face. "We're barely customers. Owen's been nursing the same beer for an hour." "That's because your IPA tastes like grapefruit peel soaked in regret," I said automatically. "There he is," Mara said. Pete's eyes went from her to me, and for a second I thought he might soften. Instead, he leaned closer, lowering his voice so it sat underneath the bar noise. "Listen, I don't know what gimmick is inside that thing. I don't know if some bored tech school kid wired it to print spooky little messages. I don't know if it's shorting my whole back wall. What I do know is I've got a bar full of people, a staff of 4, and an insurance policy that already hates me. So nobody touches it until I get my repair guy in here." "When?" Eli asked. "Monday. That cabinet just killed power to 5 machines," Eli said. "Could be a bad ground, could be Monday," Pete repeated. He walked off with the bus tub, shouldering through the noise toward the bar. Mara waited until he was out of earshot, then whispered, "Monday is 3 days away." "Excellent counting," Eli said. She ignored him and looked at me. "You still have the quarter." I opened my hand. The quarter sat in my palm, sticky and ordinary. Pennsylvania State quarter. Little statue. Ridge marks blackened with old grime. I could feel the cold from it against the crease in my hand. "We are not putting it back in," Eli said. "I didn't say anything," Mara said. "You thought loudly. I thought quietly with my face." He turned to me. "Owen, there are several tones your friends use when they know exactly where your worst instincts live. Eli had one for me. Careful, patient, already disappointed. It made me want to prove I was calmer than I was. "I'm not going to play the haunted cabinet," I said. "Not haunted," Mara said. "You said no supernatural. This is probably some escape room marketing thing." "I did not say no supernatural. You live no supernatural. I live affordable rent and high blood pressure." The machine hummed. The 3 of us looked at it. I wish I could tell you it did something then. Something big. A face in the screen. My name appearing in pixelated letters. A perfect prediction of the glass breaking at the bar. But that isn't how it happened. It just kept sitting there, old and ugly and plugged in. The screen said "insert coin." That was worse, in its way. Because when something impossible happens loudly, people react. They scream, film it, call someone, run. When something explainable happens strangely, everyone stands around trying not to be the first idiot to overreact. Mara broke the pause by stepping back. "I'm getting fries," she said. "Fear is easier with ranch." Eli nodded toward the tables. "Good, we sit, we eat, we leave." Or, Mara said, We sit where we can see it. Mara, what? For safety. I should have backed Eli. I knew that even then. His plan had exits in it. Sit, eat, leave. A clean line. But I looked from the machine to Pete behind the bar, then to the strip-shaped bulge in his shirt pocket. He was talking to a bartender now, gesturing with 2 fingers in that sharp adult way that means don't make this obvious. The bartender glanced toward us, then away too fast. A small thing, a human thing, but not nothing. We sit where we can see it, I said. Eli closed his eyes for half a second. Mara pointed at me. Democracy. That was not democracy, he said. That was 2 people with poor impulse control forming a coalition. We took a high top near the back, halfway between the old machines and the hallway that led to the emergency exit. The tabletop was sticky in one spot. Someone had carved J+T 2021 into the edge, and then, sometime later, scratched the T almost completely away. Mara went to order fries. Eli sat facing the machine because he knew I wanted to, and because he was kind enough to pretend it was his idea. I sat with my back half turned to the wall, where I could see both the cabinet and the front door reflected in a dark window. The machine kept cycling its attract screen. Little white car, black road, red horizon, last life. It's probably a modded cabinet, Eli said after a while. Raspberry Pi inside, thermal printer in the coin return, simple sensor on the button. Somebody built it for a haunted house and Pete bought it without checking. That's a lot of work for try again before impact. People put a lot of work into dumb things. He wasn't wrong. Half my clients paid me to design logos for apps that solved problems created by other apps. Mara came back with fries, ranch, and a fresh beer for herself. Bartender says Pete's been weird all day. Define weird, I said. She said he kept going into the back office and making calls. Also, he told the staff not to plug in any new machines, which, as we can observe, was not followed. Eli frowned. Who plugged it in? Mara dipped a fry. Mystery number 1. I looked at the machine again. A man in a pirate's cap wandered toward it with a drink in his hand. He read the title, swayed slightly, then reached into his pocket. Pete said leave it alone, Eli said, already half rising. He said we should leave it alone, Mara said. The man lifted a coin. My chair legs scraped the floor before I decided to move. Hey, I called, too loud. A few people turned. The man in the cap paused, looking annoyed and drunk in equal measure. That one's broken, I said. He glanced at the machine, then at me. Yeah, what's it do? Steals quarters, Mara said smoothly. That at least he understood. He snorted, pocketed the coin, and moved to the shooter cabinet instead. I sat back down. Eli watched me, not the machine me. What? I said. You moved fast. He was going to waste a quarter. That famous Owen Mercer financial discipline. Mara tapped the table with a fry. You're both missing the real issue. Which is, she nodded toward the machine. If this thing is a prank, somebody is watching reactions. If somebody is watching reactions, there's a camera on it or nearby. If there's a camera, we can find it. No, Eli said. I haven't said the plan yet. That was enough of the plan. She looked at me. Owen. I hated how badly I wanted to say yes. Not because I wanted to be reckless, though that was part of it. because the alternative was going home and letting the moment grow teeth in my head. I'd lie awake, replaying the countdown, Pete's face, the printed words. I'd search forums until 2 in the morning. I'd convince myself it was stupid and then check the news for car crashes anyway. Information felt like control. It usually was, but it felt like it. "We don't touch the machine," I said. Eli relaxed a fraction. "But we can look around it." He stared at me. Mara grinned. "Coalition holds." Before Eli could answer, the screen flickered again. Not off, just a brief ripple, like the image had been dragged sideways and snapped back. The little white car vanished. The red horizon flattened into a line. Text appeared at the bottom, small enough that we all leaned forward without meaning to. Player 1 waiting, then, beneath it. Player 2 may continue. Mara stopped chewing. Eli said, very softly, "Nobody put in another coin." The bar noise pressed around us. A burst of laughter from the front. The ice machine dumping a fresh load behind the counter. The bathroom door opening, closing, opening again. Under all of it, the cabinet hummed with that patient electric note. Pete looked up from the bar. He had seen it too. For a moment, nobody moved. Then Pete stepped out from behind the counter and started toward the back, fast enough that people shifted out of his way without being asked. Mara wiped her fingers on a napkin. Eli pushed his chair back. I picked up my quarter, though I didn't remember putting it on the table. The choice was right there, plain and stupid and immediate. We could let Pete shut the thing down, walk out into the cold March air, and agree to tell the story later in a way that made us sound amused rather than shaken. Or we could reach the machine first and find out what it wanted us to continue. Mara looked at me. Eli said, "Owen, don't." The screen blinked once. "Continue." And my thumb closed around the quarter hard enough to leave its ridged edge pressed into my skin. Pete was halfway across the back room when Mara moved. She didn't run exactly. Running would have made it obvious. She did that fast, sideways bar walk people use when they're trying to beat someone to the bathroom without admitting there's a race. Eli said her name under his breath, sharp and useless, and I stood up because my body had apparently voted before the rest of me got a chance. The machine kept asking, "Continue." The word pulsed on the screen in blocky white letters, synced with a soft tick from inside the cabinet. Not a digital beep, mechanical, like a small plastic gear catching and releasing. "Mara," Pete called, too loud. A few heads turned again. A guy at the air hockey table paused with the striker in his hand. The bartender looked over, one hand still on the tap. That was the first moment I understood Pete was not worried about the machine in the abstract. He was worried about attention, about witnesses. Mara reached last life first and planted herself in front of it like she was saving a parking space. "We're not touching it," she said. "You're standing close enough to breathe on it," Pete said. "That's not a crime in Pennsylvania." Eli came up beside me. "Pete, shut it off from the power strip." Pete's eyes cut to him. "That was my plan. Then do it." But Pete didn't move toward the plug. He moved toward Mara. That was wrong. It was a small wrongness, easy to explain if you wanted to. Maybe he needed to get her out of the way first. Maybe he didn't want a customer leaning on an old cabinet while he reached behind it. Maybe he was just angry. But I saw his hand go not toward the wall, not toward the cord, but toward the coin slot, toward the quarter return. I stepped between them without thinking. Pete stopped so close, I could smell the onion fryer on his shirt and the sharp mint of gum under it. "Owen," Eli said low. Pete looked at my closed fist. "Give me the coin." "What?" "The quarter, the one it gave back. It's mine. Don't be cute." Behind Pete, the screen flickered. "Player 2 may continue," Mara said. "You said it steals quarters." I said, "Leave it alone." "Then why do you care which quarter he has?" Pete opened his mouth, but the answer didn't come out. And that was when every light in the back room dipped. Not out, just down, like the whole building inhaled and held it. The neon beer sign buzzed harder. The old cabinets stretched their sounds into a warble. At the front, someone laughed uncertainly, then stopped. The overhead lights came back up, but not all the way. They stayed a shade dimmer, turning the brick walls the color of dried blood and old tomato sauce. Eli looked up immediately. "That's not good," Pete swore and turned toward the bar. "Tasha, check the breaker by the office." The bartender shouted back, "Already did." Register just froze. That changed the room more than the flicker had. People could ignore a weird arcade machine. They could not ignore a frozen register. A man at the bar raised his hand with a credit card between two fingers. Someone else asked if the kitchen was still open. Normal impatience started spreading over abnormal unease, which somehow made the whole thing worse. Eli was already moving toward the power strip behind Last Life. Pete grabbed his sleeve. "Don't." Eli looked down at Pete's hand until Pete let go. "Why not?" Eli asked. "Because I don't know what else it's tied into." "It's a cabinet, Pete. It's not just the cabinet." The words landed badly. Pete heard them too. His jaw tightened. Mara folded her arms. "You want to revise that?" Pete ignored her and pointed at me. "You three go sit down." "No," Eli said. "It surprised all of us, I think." Eli wasn't loud. He didn't puff up. He just put the word in the room and left it there. Pete stared at him. Eli continued, "You've got an electrical fault on a public floor. Maybe it's the cabinet, maybe it's the strip, maybe something's daisy-chained through a wall it shouldn't be. You need people away from this corner, and you need power off. I know how to run my bar, apparently not tonight." Mara made a tiny sound, half approval and half oh no. Pete's face flushed above the collar. "You an electrician? Structural inspector?" "So no. Know enough to know customers shouldn't be standing beside a shorting machine." "Then move." The machine clicked again. "Continue." Then the screen went black. For 3 seconds, it reflected us. Pete red-faced and sweating, Mara with ranch on one thumb, Eli stiff as a fence post, me with my fist clenched so tightly the quarter hurt. Then new text appeared. Player 1. Owen Mercer. Nobody spoke. The bar didn't stop. That was the worst part. The normal world kept scraping along. A chair dragged. Ice clattered into a glass. Somebody near the front said, "Wait, are the games free now?" The name sat on the screen like it had been waiting for everyone to catch up. Mara whispered, "Did you put your name in?" "No." Eli turned to Pete. "Is there a camera linked to this thing?" Pete didn't answer fast enough. "Pete," Eli said, "I don't know. You don't know if a machine in your bar is collecting customer names. It's not connected to anything. Then, how does it know his name?" I wanted to say there were ways. Credit card tab, Wi-Fi login, social media check-in, my ID in my wallet, the sign-up sheet from trivia 2 months ago. Pixel Pete S. had a mailing list I might have joined for a free beer and then forgotten. Owen Mercer was not exactly John Smith, but it wasn't a state secret. I wanted to say all that. Instead, I kept looking at my name in those blocky letters, because beneath it, another line appeared. Impact window. 23 minutes, the machine began counting down. 22:59, Mara stepped back. Okay, that's not funny. Pete moved then, fast. He shoved past Eli and reached behind the cabinet. The countdown kept going. 22:55, Pete yanked the power cord. Everything in the old cabinet row died. Again, last life stayed on. The screen didn't even flicker. Eli said, "Battery backup." Pete stared at the cord in his hand. Mara looked behind the cabinet. That's a big cabinet for a battery. Or it's plugged in somewhere else, Eli said. How? Through the wall, through a hidden extension, through bad wiring. Pick your nightmare. The word impact sat in my head with all its ugly little hooks. Impact like a car. Impact like my father's Subaru against wet steel and plexiglass. I heard sleet hitting a kitchen window 16 years ago, though the bar was warm and smelled like fries. For 1 second, I wasn't in Pixel Pete S. I was in socks on old linoleum, watching my mother put one hand flat on the counter because the police officer in our doorway had said my dad's name in the past tense. Then Mara's hand touched my wrist. "Owen," she said. "Hey, stay here." I forced my fingers open. The quarter had left a bright crescent pressed into my palm. "I'm here," I said. Eli looked at the screen, then toward the front windows. Impact window could be anything. It might be a prank timer. "Don't do that," Mara said. "What explains so hard you stop noticing?" He blinked at her, hurt and annoyed. "I'm trying to keep us from panicking." "Great. Do that while noticing." Pete took the strip of paper from his shirt pocket and shoved it into his jeans instead, like he'd just realized we could see it. I pointed at him. "What was on the other papers?" His face tightened. "Other papers," Mara said. Pete said, "No," but it was a bad no. Too quick, too flat. Eli took one step closer. "Has this happened before tonight?" Pete looked toward the bar. Tasha was arguing with a customer over the dead card reader, shaking her head and pointing at the ATM by the door. The ATM screen was black. A couple people had their phones raised now, not filming us exactly, but filming the dim room, the dead games, the owner acting weird. Pete saw that too. "Office," he said. "What?" I asked. He lowered his voice. "We talk in the office." Now, Mara laughed once without humor. "Absolutely not. Want answers, or you want to perform for strangers?" "I want you to say the sentence out here." Pete leaned in. "Fine. That machine printed 3 names this afternoon. The old cabinets around us were dark. Without their attract loops, the back corner felt exposed, like someone had pulled up a blanket. "Whose names?" Eli asked. "Mine, Tasha's, some delivery kid S. But it didn't do anything." "Define anything," Mara said. Pete rubbed both hands over his face. "It printed junk. Times. Warnings. Fortune cookie crap." I thought Dale was messing with me. "Dale from Greensburg," I said. Pete nodded once. "What happened to the delivery kid?" "Nothing, he left." "When?" 4:30. And Tasha, she's fine. At the bar, Tasha slammed the register drawer shut with her hip and shouted, "Cash only till I fix it." Eli said, "Then why are you scared?" Pete looked at the countdown. 20:41. "Because Dale won't answer his phone," he said. And because when the delivery kid left, the machine printed exit through glass. 10 minutes later, a car got rear-ended outside by the curb and put its bumper through my front window. Mara turned toward the front. I hadn't noticed the plywood before because the bar had leaned into the usual Pittsburgh aesthetic of mismatched repairs and exposed everything. But now I saw it. A sheet of raw plywood fitted into the lower left pane by the entrance, painted black badly enough that the wood grain showed through. A string of shamrock lights had been hung over it like decoration. "It happened today?" Eli asked. 2 hours before you got here. "Was anyone hurt?" "No. Driver clipped a rideshare that stopped short. Insurance mess. Cops came. Tow truck came. Nobody died. Nobody even went to the hospital." "Then the machine didn't predict anything," Eli said. "It printed vague words, and an accident happened near a bar on a busy street." Pete pointed at the screen. "That vague enough for you?" My name still sat there. "Impact window. 20:03, I swallowed. My mouth tasted like old beer and copper. Tasha came toward us from the bar, wiping her hands on a towel. Tasha Reed, 26, female, from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, was the Friday night bartender, with blonde hair tied in a tight bun, and the calm, flattened expression of someone who had learned to keep drunk men from mistaking patience for permission. She had a tattoo of a moth behind one ear and moved like she was constantly doing 3 tasks in her head. Right then, she was scared enough to forget she was carrying the towel. "Pete," she said, "the back office phone is dead. Wi-Fi's down. Register's dead. Kitchen lights are flickering." Eli straightened. "Kitchen lights? Yeah, gas appliances. Fryer's electric, grill's gas. Shut the grill off." Pete snapped, "I'll handle my kitchen." Eli snapped back, "Then handle it." That got through. Pete turned and barked for someone named Lewis to shut down the grill. A voice from the kitchen complained, then something metallic banged, followed by the heavy clack of a knob being turned. Tasha looked at the machine, then at me. "You're Owen?" she asked. I nodded. "Do you have a car parked out front?" The question hit too close to the word on the screen. "No, we took Eli S." Eli's face changed. Mara saw it too. "Where's your car?" He pointed vaguely toward the side street. 42nd, near the alley. The countdown clicked. 1912, Mara said. Impact could mean the car. It could mean nothing, Eli said, but he was already reaching for his keys. Pete blocked him. "No one goes outside. Move. No." That was when I noticed the front door. Not fully. Not at first. A man had just tried to open it and failed. He pulled once, then harder, then looked back toward the bar with that half-smile people use when they think they're misunderstanding a door. He pushed. Nothing. Tasha looked over. "What the hell?" she said. The man rattled the handle. A thin metallic clack answered from the top of the door. Pete went pale. Mara said, "Did you lock us in?" "No," Pete said. Eli moved past him, quick now, and crossed the room toward the entrance. We followed because everyone followed Eli when he stopped asking and started doing. The front of Pixel Pete S was brighter than the back, but only by comparison. The plywood over the damaged window made the entryway feel narrowed, funneled. Green shamrock lights blinked around it, cheerful and cheap. Eli tried the door. The push bar moved halfway and stopped with a hard mechanical catch. "Mag lock?" he asked. Pete came up behind us, breathing hard. "It's a security drop bolt. Landlord made me put it in after a break-in. It's supposed to release when the fire alarm trips or power cuts." Well, it didn't. The power isn't cut. It's failing weirdly. A couple customers had gathered. The drunk man in the pirate's cap said, "Are we locked in?" "No," Tasha said immediately, bartender voice on. "We're checking a stuck door. Everybody stay calm." The words, "everybody stay calm," did exactly what those words always do. Phones came out. Mara looked at me. "Back exit." We all turned. Pete said, "Staff hallway." The back exit was past the old machines, past last life. Of course it was. We moved as a group now, me, Mara, Eli, Pete, Tasha, and 3 customers who had decided being near someone with purpose was better than standing still. The countdown was visible before we reached it. 17:48, the machine had changed again. Under my name, under the timer, a new line blinked. Root closed the staff hallway, light flickered overhead. Emergency exit door at the end had a red sign above it, glowing weakly. A stack of beer cases sat against one wall, a mop bucket, 2 framed posters Pete hadn't hung yet. The hallway smelled like bleach, old cardboard, and hot dust. Pete pushed through and hit the emergency bar. It didn't open. He hit it again. This time the alarm should have sounded. Nothing did. The door stayed shut. Eli crouched beside it. "It's blocked from outside." "What?" Pete said. "Feel that?" Eli pushed the bar again. The door moved less than an inch and struck something heavy with a dull thud. Something against it. That alley's supposed to be clear. Tasha said dumpster pickup was this afternoon. Pete swore. They must have shoved it back wrong. The timer kept running behind us. 16:59, this, finally, was a problem the room understood. No ghosts, no predictions, no haunted road on a screen. Just a bar full of people, failing power, a jammed front security door, and an emergency exit blocked by a dumpster in an alley. Fire code made physical, bureaucracy with teeth. Eli stood. "How many exits?" "Those 2, Pete said. "Windows. Front's plywood. Other panes do open. Kitchen service door, no exterior. Leads to storage, then basement." "Basement exit." Pete hesitated. Eli saw it. "Pete, there's a bulkhead, but it's padlocked from the outside. Landlord's crew uses it." Mara said, "So yes, but terrible." Tasha pulled out her phone. "I'm calling 911, no service." She lifted it higher, turned in a circle, then looked at me with a tight little smile that wasn't meant for me. "Anyone have bars?" Everyone checked. Nothing. "Wi-Fi's down," Tasha said. "Landline?" Eli asked. "Office phone's dead." The customers behind us started talking over each other. One woman asked if there was a fire. Someone said they could break a window. Pete said no one was breaking anything until he understood the situation. Mara said understanding the situation was not usually step 1 in leaving a building. Pete told her to stay out of it. She told him he'd lost that privilege when his arcade machine started doing HR paperwork. Small disagreements. Stupid words. All of us burning time because panic makes people territorial. Then the lights dipped again. This time, from the kitchen, someone shouted. Not a scream, a startled, pained shout. Tasha ran first. Pete followed. Eli looked at me and Mara. For half a second, he almost said stay here, but he knew better. We ran after them. The kitchen was narrow and hot, tiled in beige, with stainless steel counters and a rubber floor mat that sucked at my shoes. Louis Bennett, 41, male, from Scranton, Pennsylvania, the line cook, stood by the grill with one arm pressed against his apron. He was broad, bald, and usually had the serene focus of a man who could drop fries, flip burgers, and insult 3 people at once without raising his voice. Now his face had gone gray under the fluorescent light. A shallow cut ran along his forearm where he'd caught himself on the edge of a metal prep shelf. Not life-threatening, not even close, but blood dotted the floor in bright coins. Light flickered, Louis said through his teeth. I slipped. Eli grabbed a clean towel from a shelf and handed it to him. Pressure, sit down. I'm fine. Sit down anyway. Tasha guided Louis onto an upturned milk crate. Pete looked at the grill, then the ceiling, then toward the hall like he expected the building itself to explain. A smell drifted through the kitchen. Not smoke, hot plastic. Eli smelled it too. He looked at the outlet behind the prep fridge. A power strip lay on the floor, half hidden behind a flour bin crowded with plugs. One orange extension cord ran through a drilled hole in the wall toward the bar. Oh, Pete, Eli said. Pete didn't answer. The power strip sparked. A tiny blue-white snap, then another. Mara pulled me back by the elbow. Eli crouched just low enough to see without touching. Kill the breaker. Breaker S in the office, Pete said, then go. Tasha already checked, go again. Now, Pete ran. The lights fluttered overhead. The machine's sound carried from the back room. That low hum had become a rhythm somehow, or maybe I was turning it into one in my head. A countdown you couldn't hear, but knew was happening. I checked my phone. No service, no Wi-Fi, but the lock screen showed the time. 23 minutes from when my name appeared would put us at 10:42 p.m. Impact window. The word did not feel like a prank anymore. It felt like a label slapped onto a mess that was already unfolding. A blocked exit, a locked front door, bad wiring, a bar full of people, a power strip throwing sparks near cardboard boxes and cooking oil. Eli looked at me. Owen, front window. What? Plywood pane. We need a way out before something catches. Mara nodded. Break it. Remove it if we can. Break if we can't. Tasha said, there's a cordless drill in the office. Battery charged, she gave a short laugh. Tonight, who knows? Pete came back, sweating. Breaker panels blocked. Eli stared at him. Blocked how? Storage boxes, liquor order. I can move them. Then move them. I need help. From the bar, the crowd noise swelled into alarm. Somebody yelled, smoke. We all turned. A thin gray thread was rising from the back corner. Not from the kitchen, from behind Last Life. For a second, no one moved. Then every person tried to move at once. Eli grabbed Pete by the shoulder. You and Tasha move the boxes. Kill the circuit. Louis stays seated. Mara, find the drill. Owen, with me. With you where? I asked, though I already knew. to the machine. My body rejected the idea so hard I almost laughed again. The countdown, my name, impact, the memory of my father's car folding around him in sleet and bad timing. Every part of me wanted distance from that cabinet, and every exit in the building had arranged itself so distance was the one thing we didn't have. Mara caught my eye. "You good?" she asked. No, obviously no. But the smoke was thickening behind the arcade row, feeding on dust and old insulation, and maybe the stupid hidden wiring that had turned a gimmick into a trap. "I'm good," I lied. Eli took 2 steps, then stopped. From the front of the bar came a heavy, splintering crash. For one stupid, hopeful second, I thought someone had broken the plywood panel and opened a way out. Then a woman screamed, "Car!" The building shook hard enough to knock a row of pint glasses off the bar. Sound came after the motion. Metal punching wood, glass bursting from its frame, people shouting in a wave. Not an explosion, not a movie crash. A grinding, blunt, ugly shove, like the street had leaned into the bar and forced its way inside. Impact. The countdown still had 11 minutes left. Eli's face went blank with calculation, then fear. Mara whispered, "That wasn't the impact." From the back corner, Last Life glowed through the first dirty veil of smoke. New text appeared on the screen. Impact 1 complete player 1. Continues, then the emergency lights failed, and the room dropped into red darkness. The first thing I noticed after the crash was not the screaming. It was the smell. Hot radiator fluid has a sweet, chemical stink that doesn't belong indoors. It came rolling through the bar with cold March air, gasoline fumes, pulverized plywood, and the dusty mineral smell of broken brick. For a second, the whole front of Pixel Pete S looked like a stage after someone had changed the set too violently. Headlights glaring through the entrance, shamrock lights swinging from one nail, chairs overturned, glass flashing in wet little teeth across the floor. The car had not made it all the way inside. That mattered, though not as much as I wanted it to. A dark blue Honda Accord had jumped the curb and punched its front end through the plywood-covered window beside the locked entrance. The hood was crumpled, one headlight dead, the other throwing a hard white beam across the bar top. Steam hissed from under the grill. The bumper had shoved a table into the wall and pinned a stool beneath it. A woman near the door was on the floor, sitting up, both hands clamped over her shin. Someone kept saying, "Oh my God, in a rhythm that made it harder to think. Eli grabbed my shoulder and turned me away from the front. "Back corner," he said. "Smoke first, then exit. But the car, Tasha, has the front. We stop the fire or everyone gets smoked in." He was right. I hated that he was right. The layout of Pixel Pete S had become a map in my head, sharp as a fire escape plan on a hotel door. Front entrance and broken window on Butler Street. Bar running along the left wall as you came in. Kitchen behind that. Bathrooms and staff hallway in the back right. Old arcade row along the rear wall. Last Life in the far back corner, angled between the dead change machine and the beer festival poster. Emergency exit down the staff hallway, blocked from outside. Breaker panel in Pete's office, past the bar, blocked by liquor boxes. No clean way out, and now smoke behind the machine. Mara came out of the office hallway with a yellow cordless drill in one hand and a red-handled screwdriver in the other. Her face had a gray smear across one cheek. "Batteries alive," she said. "Barely." "Window screws?" Eli asked. "Maybe." Pete used deck screws like a lunatic. Of course he did. Pete was shouting at customers to move away from the crash. Tasha knelt beside the woman with the injured leg, tying a bar towel above the cut and keeping her voice low, steady, practiced. Lewis had come out of the kitchen despite Eli telling him not to, his forearm wrapped in a towel already spotting red. The machine glowed behind us. Player 1 continues under it. A fresh timer had appeared. Next impact, 09:44. Mara saw it and stopped smiling. 9 minutes, she said. Eli looked once, just once, then turned away. We don't let it set the terms. It's literally setting a timer. It's a screen. It's a screen that knew Owen's full name. Move. That was attempt 1. Kill the power and stop the smoke. Eli and I went to the back corner, low enough that the first layer of smoke stayed above our faces. The smoke wasn't thick yet, more like dirty breath leaking from behind the cabinet. It curled around the top of Last Life and dragged itself toward the ceiling pipes. The low hum from inside the cabinet vibrated against my teeth. "Don't touch the metal," Eli said. I wasn't planning to hug it. He gave me a look. Not now. I swallowed the joke. The power strip behind the machine had been yanked loose, but another black cord disappeared through a rough hole cut into the baseboard behind the cabinet. Not factory, not clean. Someone had drilled through old plaster and fed the cable into the wall. Around the hole, the paint had browned from heat. Eli crouched, shining his phone flashlight. Hidden feed. From where? Kitchen wall is behind this, or storage. Hard to tell. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a folding knife. "Great," I said. "Now we're electricians." I am cutting plastic zip ties, not live wire. The smoke thickened. Mara came up behind us with the screwdriver. Pete S. going to the breaker panel. "That should have happened 5 minutes ago," Eli said. "He's moving boxes. Tasha's keeping people off the glass. Someone tried to climb over the car hood." Eli's jaw tightened. Did they cut themselves? Not badly, yet. The machine clicked. The screen changed. "Do not open cabinet." Mara took one step backward. "It can see us." "No," Eli said quickly. Too quickly. "It can detect the service panel. Tilt sensor, vibration sensor, something like that." "Then why word it like a threat?" "Because someone wanted people to react exactly like this." He cut the first zip tie, holding the hidden cord to the cabinet frame. A small black device dropped from the underside of the control panel and swung on 2 wires. All 3 of us froze. It was the size of a matchbox, taped in place with electrical tape. A pinhole lens looked back at us. Mara whispered, "Camera." My stomach rolled. Not supernatural. Worse, in a way. Human. Eli pulled his hand back without touching the wires. That's how it knew someone was at the machine. And Owen's name. Maybe facial recognition. Maybe someone watching. Maybe Pete's system. I don't know. Mara looked over her shoulder at the room. Someone could be watching right now. The cabinet clicked again. Next impact. 08:31, then a new line. Smile, player one. I had to press my hand against my mouth because the noise that tried to come out of me was almost a laugh and almost something else. Owen, Mara said, I'm fine. You're not. I know. The hidden cord sparked at the wall hole. A tiny orange spit, followed by a smell like melting toy plastic. Eli shoved us both back. Nope. We need the breaker. Attempt one failed. We had found a camera and hidden wiring, but the machine stayed alive. The smoke kept building, and the cord was too dangerous to cut. The fact that someone had been watching us didn't solve anything. It made the room smaller. We moved to attempt 2, open a way out through the front. The path from the back corner to the entrance ran past the air hockey table, around the cluster of overturned stools, then between the bar and the crashed Honda. The front door itself was still locked by the drop bolt. Car had punched through the plywood-covered window immediately beside it, but the opening was jagged and half blocked by the hood. The remaining lower frame was full of broken glass and splintered plywood. Cold air came in around the vehicle. Headlight glare made everyone look flat and panicked. The driver was still inside. That hit me late. I'd been thinking of the car as an object, a piece of the trap. But there was a man slumped behind the wheel, airbag deflated against his chest, like a dirty white pillow. His nose was bleeding. His eyes were open, confused, blinking too slowly. Tasha leaned through the broken frame from inside the bar, speaking to him. Sir, don't move your neck. Do you hear me? Don't move. The driver, Carl Voss, 48, male from Millville, Pennsylvania, was a rideshare driver according to the app still glowing on the phone mounted to his dash. He kept trying to explain that the brakes went soft when he turned onto Butler. His voice shook. He smelled like coffee and deployed airbag powder, not alcohol. I tried to turn away, he said. I tried. I didn't mean, I know, Tasha said. Stay still. Eli inspected the broken window frame, then the door hardware. We can clear the lower frame and get people out over the hood, one at a time. Pete appeared with dust on his shirt and sweat shining on his forehead. No, hood could be unstable, glass everywhere. Then unlock the door. I can't. Drop bolt won't retract. Breaker. All blocked. Mara snapped. How many boxes of vodka does one office need? Pete snapped back. Enough to keep this failing circus open. Move, Eli said. He took the drill from Mara and tried the first screw holding the plywood remnants to the frame. The bit slipped with a sharp metallic shriek. He tried again. The screw turned half a rotation, then stripped. Mara handed him the screwdriver. Manual, he tried. Nothing. I grabbed a bar towel and started clearing glass from the window ledge. My hands shook badly enough that I cut my thumb through the towel. Not deep. A thin slice that stung bright and immediate. I stared at the blood for half a second like I didn't understand it belonged to me. Mara saw. Owen, it's fine. Wrap it. It's fine. She took the towel from me and wrapped my thumb tighter than necessary. Let people help you, you absolute haunted filing cabinet. I wanted to tell her not to call me haunted. I wanted to tell her I wasn't that obvious. Instead, I nodded because my throat had closed around the taste of smoke. Behind us, someone screamed. Everyone flinched toward the back. Through the red emergency gloom and drifting smoke, Last Life's screen flashed a bright white skull shape. A skull, On the screen, human teeth, hollow eyes. For 2 seconds, it was the worst thing in the room. Then Eli turned his phone light on it and swore. It wasn't a skull. It was the reflection of Louis's white kitchen apron hanging from a hook on the wall beside the cabinet, warped across the curved glass of the arcade screen, while the machine's road graphics flickered beneath it. The teeth were a row of ticket stubs tucked into the apron pocket. The hollow eyes were 2 dark grease stains. Misdirection. Explainable. Stupid. Even. Nobody laughed. The failed scare had cost us another 30 seconds and a little more of everyone's nerve. The machine's text returned. Next impact. 0602. The drill whined again. The battery light blinked red. "Come on," Eli muttered. The screw moved, a fraction. Then the drill died. Attempt 2 became a partial failure. We could not remove the plywood cleanly, could not open the front door, and could not safely send people through the broken window yet. But we learned the car had struck at the already damaged pane. The driver claimed brake failure, and the front was not a reliable exit without tools or more time. Tasha stood and looked around the bar. Everyone away from the front and the back corner, middle of the room. Now, some obeyed, some argued. Panic had turned granular. One man demanded his jacket from a stool near the old machines. A woman wanted to know why nobody had called the fire department. Another customer held his phone over his head like signal might be hiding near the ceiling. "No service," Tasha said for the 5th time. "Then go outside and call," the woman shouted. Tasha looked at the car jammed through the window, then at the locked door, then back at her. Working on that, Mara grabbed my sleeve. "Office, breaker, we help Pete." We cut behind the bar, past shelves of liquor bottles trembling whenever someone bumped the counter, then into a short hall that smelled like citrus cleaner and wet cardboard. Pete's office was a closet pretending to be a room. Desk on the left, filing cabinet on the right, corkboard full of invoices and banned flyers. The breaker panel was on the far wall behind stacked cases of liquor and boxes of paper napkins. Pete and Louis were already moving boxes. Louis should not have been lifting anything. His wrapped forearm had bled through, and sweat ran down his jaw. He ignored us when we told him to stop. "Panel S behind there?" Mara asked. Pete nodded. We formed a chain. Bottles clinked in cardboard sleeves. A case tore open and sent little plastic airplane bottles of cinnamon whiskey bouncing across the floor. My lungs burned from smoke and dust. My cut thumb throbbed. Every time someone dropped a box, I heard the car crash again. Mara found a paper taped to the side of the filing cabinet. "Pete," she said. "Not now." "Pete." He looked. It was a delivery receipt. 3 cabinets. 2 listed by normal names: Galaxy Raid, Turbo Cop. The 3rd line had been typed manually. Last life, hold 4 DVOSS. My eyes moved back to the front of the bar. "The driver," I said. "Carl Voss." Pete stared. "No, Dale's last name is Voss." "Dale from Greensburg," he nodded. "Dale Voss. He repairs cabinets. Carl could be, I don't know, brother, cousin." Mara's face changed. "So the car that hit the bar is connected to the guy who delivered the machine." "Maybe," Pete said. Eli appeared in the office doorway, coughing once into his elbow. "Breaker. Now." We We moved the last 2 boxes. Pete flipped open the panel. There were handwritten labels beside the switches: bar, kitchen, GAMES, office, front sign. One label had been scratched out and rewritten in fresh marker. AUX. Eli reached past Pete. Which one feeds the hidden line? Pete shook his head. I didn't write that. The machine's hum rose from the back room, loud enough to reach the office. Eli flipped AUX. The entire office went dark. For 1/2 second, I thought we had done it. Then emergency light from the hall spilled in red across the breaker panel, and from the bar came a new sound, a heavy metallic clunk from above the front door. The bolt, Mara said. Tasha shouted. Doors still stuck, but something else had changed. The kitchen smoke alarm started blaring. Not the building alarm, just one detector near the kitchen, shrieking in tight, piercing bursts. The sound drove straight through my skull. People shouted. Someone knocked over a chair. The woman with the injured leg began crying harder. Eli flipped the breaker back on, then off again. No change. The alarm kept shrieking. The machine kept humming. Attempt 3, breaker access, had revealed a tampered circuit labeled AUX and a connection between Dale Voss and possibly Carl Voss. But killing it didn't shut down the machine or release the doors. It triggered another system failure and made the crowd harder to control. Pete put both hands on the breaker panel and bent his head. This is not my fault, he said, but it sounded like a prayer and a lie at the same time. Eli turned to him. When did you install the drop bolt? After the break-in. When? January. Who wired it? Pete didn't answer. Mara said Pete. Dale, he said. The smoke alarm screamed over the word. Dale wired your front security lock, Eli asked, and fixed the cameras. And the game row, he's cheap. Mara laughed, one dry little bark. Great. The building is haunted by discount labor. I looked at the corkboard. Among receipts and flyers, one photo had been pinned under a yellow thumbtack. Pete standing outside the bar with a younger man in a ball cap beside a truck loaded with arcade cabinets. The younger man had a thin face, sunken cheeks, and a grin that did not reach his eyes. Dale Voss, probably. Behind him on the truck ramp was Last Life. The photo had a date stamp in the corner from last summer. Pete, I said. You said it came in this morning. He looked at the photo. His mouth opened, no answer. The office suddenly felt too small for all of us. Mara stepped away from Pete. You lied. I didn't. You lied about when it got here. Pete's face crumpled around anger and shame. It was here before, in storage. Dale took it back, said he'd strip it for parts. Then it showed up again this morning with the others. Why didn't you say that? Because people were already losing their minds. Eli grabbed the photo from the board. Why would Dale bring back a machine wired into your locks, cameras, and auxiliary power? Pete wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Because I owed him money. There it was. Small, human, ugly, not a curse, a debt. The smoke alarm cut out. The sudden quiet made everyone freeze. From the bar, under the coughs and crying and shuffling feet, Last Life clicked once. A receipt began feeding from the coin return. We could hear it. A dry, papery chatter. Mara whispered, no. I moved before anyone could stop me. Back through the hall, past the bar, around the overturned stools. The back corner was thicker with smoke now, but not enough to hide the strip of paper curling from the machine like a tongue. The screen read, "Next impact, 0211. I tore the paper free. The words were faint but readable. Player 1 must choose, door or fire below that. Failure selects both. Eli came up beside me, breathing hard. Mara was right behind him. Pete followed last, slower, as if every step cost him something. Door or fire, Mara said. What does that mean? Eli looked toward the front entrance. Door lock circuit or fire source. We can't do both in 2 minutes. Why not? Because the breaker didn't work. The door hardware is at the front. The smoke source is behind this cabinet. We split. We lose coordination. We stay together. We run out of time. I looked at the machine. It wants us to pick. No, Eli said. Someone wants us disorganized. Same practical difference right now. The crowd had bunched in the middle of the bar under the dim ceiling lights. Tasha stood between them and the broken front, one hand up, face pale but controlled. Lewis had sagged into a chair, still pressing his arm. Carl Voss was groaning inside the car. The injured woman was shaking. Nobody had a working phone. Nobody outside seemed to understand what was happening inside. Maybe because from the street, it looked like the aftermath of a crash. Not a locked room electrical failure, with smoke building in the back. Then the machine printed one final line. Player 2 entered. Mara's pocket buzzed. She flinched so hard, she nearly dropped the screwdriver. Her phone screen lit up with no service bars and one incoming text from an unknown number. Don't let OWEN open the door. She turned it toward us. No sender, no signal, no explanation that helped. And then the front security door released with a loud metal crack. Everyone heard it. For one beautiful second, the room held still. Then the customers surged toward the entrance. Stop, Eli shouted. Too late. The door swung outward 3 inches, then caught against the crushed car fender and jammed half open. The narrow gap became the only visible escape in the room, and people moved toward it with the blind logic of trapped bodies. Tasha tried to hold them back. Pete shouted. Mara ran toward the front. I saw the map again. Front crowd, jammed door, broken glass, car leaking fluid, smoke behind us. Emergency exit blocked, breaker unreliable, machine still running. Point of no return arrived without drama. A man shoved through the half-open door gap, slipped on glass, and fell against the Honda's hood. His hand came down on something hot. He screamed and pulled back, knocking into the people behind him. The crowd buckled. Someone fell. The injured woman cried out as bodies pressed around her. At the same time, behind Last Life, a thin orange flame appeared at the wall hole where the hidden cord disappeared into the baseboard. Small flame. Real flame. Eli looked at the front, then the back. Mara looked at me from across the room, separated now by the panicking crowd. The machine clicked. 0030. There was no leaving together anymore. No clean retreat. No version where we stepped outside, called this a prank, and let professionals arrive before the next thing happened. Eli grabbed a fire extinguisher from beside the bathrooms and shoved it into my hands. Back corner, he said. Now, Mara, I'll get to her. He pushed me toward the flame, and for the first time that night, I understood that the machine did not need to kill us. It only needed to make us choose badly. The fire extinguisher was heavier than it looked. That was my first stupid thought as I ran toward the back corner with smoke crawling down from the ceiling. Not heroic, not clean, just the weight of the red cylinder dragging my shoulder low and the metal pin rattling against its handle. Behind me, people were still pushing toward the front door. Someone yelled, "Move." Someone else yelled, "My leg." The Honda's horn began blaring in one continuous, flattened scream. Eli was somewhere behind me, trying to get through the crowd to Mara. Tasha was shouting for people to back up. Pete was yelling over everyone and being ignored. The bar had stopped being a room and become separate emergencies rubbing against each other, each one making the others worse. Last Life glowed through the smoke. 0018. The flame at the baseboard had grown from a thin orange tongue into a fist-sized bloom, licking upward around the black hidden cable. The old paint bubbled. The beer festival poster above it curled at one corner, browning from the heat. Smoke ran along the ceiling pipes and spread toward the bathrooms, dirty and slow and real. I pulled the extinguisher pin. It didn't come out. For half a second, I just stared at it. "Come on," I said. My cut thumb slipped on the ring. Pain flashed up my hand. I grabbed it with both fingers, twisted, yanked. The pin came free. The machine clicked. I aimed at the base of the flame like every safety poster I had ever ignored told me to. Squeeze, sweep. Don't stand too close. Don't breathe it in. The extinguisher coughed once. Nothing. "No," I said. I squeezed harder. White powder blasted out with a violent hiss, so loud and sudden I nearly dropped the cylinder. The cloud swallowed the flame, the baseboard, the bottom half of the cabinet. It hit the wall and came back at me in a chalky wave. My eyes watered instantly. My mouth filled with a bitter chemical taste. The flame disappeared, then came back, smaller, meaner. It had gotten behind the cabinet, not just in front of it. The burning cable ran into the wall and under the machine, feeding from someplace I couldn't see. The screen changed. "Bad choice. Player one," I screamed at it. Not words, just noise. I emptied the extinguisher into the corner until the hiss weakened, and the cylinder spat powder in sad little bursts. The flame along the baseboard died. Smoke still seeped from behind the cabinet. The countdown hit 0. Impact 2 complete from the front of the bar came a hard crash, then a chain of human sounds. Surprise, pain, panic. I turned and saw what had happened in pieces. The half-open front door had shifted when the crowd shoved against it. The metal edge caught the Honda's cracked fender and snapped back inward, slamming into the man who had been trying to squeeze through. He went down, holding his face. The people behind him stumbled, and Mara, who had been trying to pull the injured woman away from the surge, got knocked sideways into the corner of a table. She hit hip first, then shoulder, then the floor. "Mara," I shouted. She moved. Thank God. She rolled onto her back, mouth open, trying to breathe through the pain. Eli reached her a second later, dropping to one knee, one hand already out to stop someone from stepping on her. The machine clicked behind me. A new receipt began feeding. Didn't take it. I ran to Mara. The room between us felt longer than it had before. Chairs were overturned, fries crushed into the floor, broken glass glittered under the red emergency light. Smoke alarm residue hung in the air from the extinguisher, mixed with the sweet radiator stink and hot plastic. Eli looked up as I reached them. "She's conscious," he said. Mara sucked in a breath and winced so hard her eyes watered. "That table owes me money." I laughed once. It hurt. "Can you stand?" Eli asked. "Ask me something romantic first." "Mara, I don't know." He pressed gently along her shoulder. She hissed. "Collarbone maybe," he said. "Or shoulder. Don't move fast." Tasha had pushed the crowd back with a bar stool held like a barricade. Her comm had cracked, but it had not broken. Away from the door, middle of the room, "Sit down if you're hurt." Pete was at the front with Louis, trying to drag the fallen man clear of the door. Louis's towel had slipped. Blood ran down his forearm in dark lines. Carl Voss was still trapped in the driver's seat, blinking through airbag dust. He kept saying, "Dale told me to come." Dale told me to come, like a sentence he had learned under pressure. That cut through everything. Eli heard it too. He turned his head. "What did he say?" Carl's mouth worked. "He texted. Said Pete had my brother's money." Pete froze. "Your brother is Dale?" Mara asked from the floor. Carl nodded, then winced. "Half-brother," Pete said. "Where is Dale?" Carl's eyes shifted toward the back of the bar, toward the machine. "I don't know," he said. "He sent me the address. Said park out front. Said wait for call. Then my phone went crazy. Brakes, I swear, the brakes. Cars don't get hacked like that," Eli said. Carl's breath hitched. "He told me to use the handbrake. I tried. I hit the curb." His rideshare phone was still mounted on the dash, screen cracked but glowing. Not an app map now. A text thread. Too far to read. The machine hummed louder. Mara pushed herself up on one elbow and immediately regretted it. "Phone," she said. "What?" "Carl's phone. If Dale was texting him, that's not the machine. That's Dale." Eli looked from the phone to the smoke in the back. "The hidden camera," I said. "The texts, the locks. He's watching." Pete's face had gone gray. I grabbed his arm. "Where would he watch from?" "I don't know. You know this building." The office camera feed is on an old monitor behind the bar. "No signal. Wi-Fi down. Local system," he said. "Hardwired." Eli stood slowly. The machine printed again. This time the receipt was long. It curled onto the floor. Player 1 final route returned to start insert coin under it. The screen showed the little white car on the black road, driving toward the red horizon. Return to start. My hand went to my pocket. The Pennsylvania quarter. The one it had spat back at the beginning. The one that had pressed a crescent into my palm. "No," Eli said, seeing my hand. "I'm not putting it in." "Then why are you touching it?" I didn't have a good answer. Mara did, because it wants him at the machine. The horn from the Honda finally cut off. The sudden quiet felt enormous. Then a speaker inside Last Life crackled, not the chiptune, not game audio. A man's voice came through, thin and distorted. Owen Mercer. Every conversation in the bar stopped. My name sounded awful through that speaker. Flattened, mechanical, but still human. A cheap microphone. A cheap amplifier. A man hiding behind old wood and wiring. Pete whispered, "Dale." The speaker popped. "You should have opened the door first," the voice said. Mara looked at me. Her face was pale, jaw tight against pain. Eli said, "Dale Voss." The machine answered with a burst of static. Then, "Pete knows what he owes." Pete backed away as if the machine had leaned toward him. "Dale, there are people hurt," Tasha shouted. "You need to unlock the doors and call emergency services." A laugh came through the speaker, small and breathy. "You think I locked you in?" The front door clanged. Everyone flinched. The drop bolt cycled up and down once, fast, like teeth snapping. The machine voice said, "Old buildings lock themselves when cheap men hire cheaper work." Pete shouted, "I paid you." "No," Dale said. "You paid late. You paid half. You sold my machines. You told me I was unstable." Eli's eyes were moving, not at the screen, but around the room. Cameras, cables, reflections. The logic of the trap. "Where is he?" I whispered. "Close enough for local control," Eli said. "Or he set scripts and is calling through the cabinet." But he responded to Tasha. So close. Mara gripped my wrist with her good hand. Office monitor, right, hardwired cameras. We had a way to see him if he was on the premises. But the machine wanted me back at the start. Back to the coin slot. Back to the corner. Maybe that could be useful. "Eli," I said. "No. You don't know what I'm about to say." "I know your face." "Good, then listen fast." I pulled out the quarter. Eli looked like he wanted to knock it out of my hand. "He wants me at the machine," I said. "So I go, you get to the monitor." "Tasha keeps people in the middle, Mara. Don't give me the floor roll," Mara said through clenched teeth. "You're hurt." "I'm furious." "Different thing." Eli leaned in close. "We are not using you as bait." "He already is," I said. That landed. I hated it. But it was true. Dale had my name on the screen, my fear in the word impact, my hand on the coin. He'd been steering me since the first printed strip. Try again before impact. Door or fire. Don't let Owen open the door. He knew frightened people made patterns. He knew I would try to understand the danger before leaving it. He knew enough. So I made the first choice that was actually mine. I walked back toward last life. Slowly. Hands visible. Quarter pinched between thumb and forefinger. The smoke thinned near the floor, but stung my eyes. The machine sat powdered white from the extinguisher blast, its lower cabinet streaked and ghostly. The beer festival poster had fallen, half burnt, onto the dead change machine. Behind the cabinet, something still smoldered. The screen brightened as I approached. Insert Coindale's voice came through the speaker. Smart. I stopped just outside arm's reach. "Are you in the building?" I asked. Static. "You killed the phones," I said. "You locked the doors. Sent Carl into the window. I didn't make him drive badly. His brakes failed. He should maintain his vehicle." The casualness of it turned my stomach. At the bar, I saw Eli slip behind the counter with Tasha. Mara had gotten herself upright against a table leg, sweating, one arm held tight against her chest. Pete stood uselessly between the front and back, like guilt had nailed him there. I needed Dale looking at me. "You knew my father died in a crash," I said. The speaker crackled. "Public records," Dale said. "Obituaries. Social media. People pour themselves into the internet and act surprised when someone drinks." My face went hot. "So this is what?" I asked. "A revenge prank with attempted murder?" "No," he said. "This is documentation." "For what?" "For what men like Pete do." Pete shouted from across the room, "You burned your own shop down for insurance." The speaker shrieked with feedback. The The screen flashed red. Liar, the hidden cord behind the machine sparked again. I stepped back. Coin, Dale said. No, you want the door. No, you want the fire out. No, a pause, the room breathed. Then I said, I want you to keep talking. Behind the bar, Eli had found the monitor. I couldn't see the screen, but I saw his face change. He pointed upward, not at the ceiling. Toward the staff hallway. Mara saw. Tasha saw. Pete did not. Dale was not in the office, not in the street, not remote from Greensburg. It was above us. Pixel Pete S. had a drop ceiling only in the staff hallway and bathrooms, where old pipes had been boxed in with stained acoustic tiles. Earlier, I'd noticed them without caring. Now, I remembered the staff hallway light flickering, the smell of hot dust, the way the machine's cable disappeared through the baseboard into the wall behind the old cabinets, a service crawlspace. Dale had been in the building the whole time. The machine clicked. Final impact. 0300. Dale's voice softened. Insert the coin, Owen. I looked at the slot. My hand shook. Not because I believed the game could kill me, because I believed the man behind it could, because he had already hurt people using doors, wires, cars, smoke, fear, and timing, because he understood that a building full of panicked people was a weapon you didn't have to aim very well. Eli moved toward the staff hallway. I had to keep Dale's attention. What happens if I do? I asked. You finish. What happens if I do? Someone else does. The ceiling tile above the staff hallway shifted. Barely. A white square lifted a fraction, then settled. I forced myself not to look. Mara, despite the pain, dragged a chair with her foot and knocked it over deliberately. The crash drew everyone's eyes for half a second. Not Dale S., I hoped. He had cameras. He had angles. He had too much. Tasha began talking loudly to the crowd. Everybody stay seated. Cover your mouths with your shirts. Do not move toward the door. Pete finally understood something was happening. He looked toward the hallway. Eli reached the bathroom corner. The ceiling tile moved again. Then Dale dropped. Not gracefully. A boot came through first, then a leg, then half his body as the tile snapped under him. He fell hard into the staff hallway, hit the wall shoulder first, and landed on the floor with a thick, human thud. Dust and broken tile rained down around him. For 1 second, he looked smaller than the machine had made him. Dale Voss, 44, male, from Greensburg, Pennsylvania, was thin, sweating, and covered in fiberglass dust. He had a black backpack strapped to one shoulder and a compact radio clipped to his belt. His face was narrow like in the photo, but older up close, hollowed by anger and sleeplessness. In one hand, he held a small control unit with wires taped to it. In the other, a box cutter. Eli lunged. Dale slashed. Eli jerked back, but not fast enough. The blade caught his forearm, opening a red line through his sleeve. Mara screamed his name. Dale scrambled to his feet and ran toward the back corner. Toward me, everything narrowed. The machine behind me, the coin in my hand. Dale coming through smoke and extinguisher powder with the box cutter low at his side. I did not become brave. I became busy. I threw the quarter at his face. It hit him near the eye, not hard enough to injure him badly, but hard enough to make him flinch. He cursed and raised one hand. I grabbed the dead change machine beside Last Life and shoved with everything I had. It barely moved. Then Mara, somehow on her feet, slammed her good shoulder into it from the other side with a sound that was half scream, half breath. The change machine rocked. Its rusted feet shrieked against the floor. Dale recovered and swung the box cutter. I ducked. The blade caught my upper arm. At first, I felt pressure, not pain. Then warmth. Then a hot, clean sting that made my knees soften. Eli hit Dale from behind. They crashed into last life. The cabinet rocked backward against the wall. The screen flickered. The speaker screamed with feedback. Dale twisted, elbowing Eli in the ribs. Eli grunted and lost his grip. Dale reached for the coin slot panel with the control unit in his other hand. "Don't let him plug that in," Eli shouted. Tasha appeared from nowhere and smashed a bar stool into Dale's wrist. The control unit flew from his hand and skidded under the Pac-Man bootleg. Dale howled. Pete tackled him. It was ugly, not a movie tackle. Pete was heavier, older, and terrified. He hit Dale around the waist, and they both went down badly, Pete's head clipping the side of the cabinet, Dale's shoulder striking the floor. The box cutter slid away. Mara kicked it under the dead change machine. The screen on Last Life flashed. Final impact. 0058 behind the cabinet. The smoldering wire flared again. No extinguisher left. No time. Eli, bleeding from the forearm, grabbed the side of the cabinet. "Help me tip it." "What?" Pete gasped from the floor. "Tip it away from the wall. It's wired, that's the point." Dale started laughing under Pete's weight. Blood ran from a split near his eyebrow where the quarter had hit. "Do it. Tear the line. See what happens." Eli looked at me. I looked at the black cord disappearing into the burnt hole. A hidden feed, a tampered system, battery backup, control unit, cameras, locks, all converging into one old cabinet that had been allowed to sit in a public room because Pete was cheap and proud, and Dale was angry and clever. The machine had made us choose all night. Door or fire, power or exit, Owen or everyone. This choice was simpler. We moved the thing. Eli on one side, me on the other, arm bleeding down to my wrist. Tasha pushed from the front panel. Mara braced with her one good side despite Eli shouting at her not to. Pete rolled off Dale and threw his weight against the lower cabinet. Dale grabbed Pete's ankle. Pete kicked free. "Now," Eli shouted. The cabinet tipped, slowly at first, then all at once. Last Life fell forward with a cracking wooden roar and slammed face first onto the floor. The screen shattered. A burst of sparks snapped from the back panel. The hidden cable ripped free from the wall. For a half-second, blue light danced inside the burnt hole. Then the lights went out, all of them. No red emergency glow. No cabinet screens, no neon, just darkness and the groans of injured people and the cooling hiss of the Honda up front. I heard Dale breathing on the floor. I heard Mara crying quietly, angry about it. I heard Eli say, "Nobody move." Then, from somewhere outside, faint through the broken front window, came sirens. Not sudden saviors. Too late for that. They had probably been called by someone on the street after the car hit. They were only now getting close. The darkness loosened by inches. A phone flashlight came on. Then another. Tasha's. Eli S. A customer S. Dale lay on his side with Pete's knee planted between his shoulder blades and Tasha's bar towel wrapped around his wrist where the stool had split the skin. The box cutter was out of reach. The control unit was still under the Pac-Man machine. Last Life was face down, cracked open, its insides exposed in the flashlight beams. A small battery pack, a thermal printer, cheap speakers, a microcomputer, tangled wires, and a cellular router with its antenna snapped. Human parts, human malice, no magic. That should have comforted me more than it did. Eli sank down against the wall, holding his bleeding arm. Mara sat beside him, gray-faced, her shoulder hanging wrong. Pete kept Dale pinned, but stared at the gutted machine like it had died instead of been built. I pressed my hand to the cut on my upper arm. My fingers came away dark. The front door remained jammed. The back exit remained blocked. Smoke still hung overhead, but the flame behind the cabinet had gone out when the hidden feed tore loose. We had not escaped. Not yet. But the machine was silent. For the first time all night, it was just wood and glass on the floor. And under the broken cabinet, the thermal printer clicked once. A final strip of paper fed out sideways onto the dusty floor. No one touched it, not for several seconds. Then I crouched, because apparently I had not learned anything, and pulled it free. The print was faint, almost unreadable. Game over below it, smaller. Player 2 still active, no one spoke. Outside, the sirens grew louder, bouncing off Butler Street brick by brick. Inside, Dale began to laugh. Not loud, not triumphant, just enough to let us know the room was not done with us, even if the machine was. The sirens sounded close for almost 5 minutes before anyone got to us. That was the part I kept coming back to later. How help can be near enough to hear and still not be in the room with you. Blue and red light flashed through the cracked front window, strobed across the Honda's bent hood, caught in hanging glass, and turned it into little pieces of weather. We could hear voices outside. Boots, radios, someone shouting, "Stay back." Someone else asking where the gas shutoff was. Inside, nobody moved much. Dale was on the floor near the dead change machine, with Pete sitting on his legs, and Tasha standing over both of them with the box cutter in her hand now, held carefully by the flat side like she didn't trust the handle. Eli had one knee bent, his bleeding arm wrapped in a towel, and his head tipped against the wall. Mara sat beside him, breathing through her teeth every time the room shifted or somebody bumped the table she was leaning against. I stayed by the broken arcade cabinet, not because I wanted to, because I didn't want my back to it. Last Life lay face down on the floor, its screen spidered into black glass and gray dust. White extinguisher powder coated the cabinet like flour. The little printer inside had gone still after that last message, the strip of paper folded in my fist. Player 2 still active. I had read it twice. Then I stopped. Eli saw it anyway. "Don't," he said. His voice was rough from smoke. I didn't say anything. "You're doing the face." "What face?" "The one where you're building a disaster in your head and pretending it's research." Mara made a small sound that might have been a laugh if it hadn't hurt her shoulder. "That is his whole personality." I should have smiled. I think I tried. Outside, firefighters pried the front door farther open with a hydraulic spreader. Metal screamed. The sound was so close to the earlier crash that 3 people in the middle of the bar flinched at once. The woman with the injured leg started crying again, quietly now, like she was embarrassed to still be scared. Tasha crouched beside her. "You're okay. They're coming in. You're doing good." Tasha's voice had gone soft around the edges. Not calm anymore. Past calm. The place you get to when you've used up your fear, and all that's left is function. The door gave with a loud pop. Cold air rushed in. Then firefighters came through, and the room changed from panic to procedure. Flashlights, gloves, masks. Questions shouted in clear, practiced bursts. Anyone hurt, anyone trapped, fire active. Gas on. How many inside? Where's the electrical panel? Pete started answering, and then stopped when a police officer put him against the bar and told him to keep his hands visible. Dale laughed once from the floor, and the officer closest to him said, "Not another sound." That worked better than anything we had tried all night. Paramedics reached Carl first because he was still inside the Honda. They fitted a collar around his neck, spoke to him by name, asked if he knew where he was. He kept saying, "I didn't mean to hit the building." And one of the medics kept saying, "We know, Carl, just stay with me." His phone was removed from the dash, bagged by an officer, and tucked away like it was more dangerous than the broken windshield. A firefighter checked the wall behind Last Life with a thermal camera. He said there was heat in the baseboard, but no active flame. Another pulled the cabinet farther from the wall and swore when he saw the hidden wiring. "Who installed this?" he asked. Nobody answered. Pete stared at the floor. Dale smiled with blood drying near his eyebrow. I was taken outside through the broken front, stepping over plywood, glass, and a slick patch of something from the Honda that reflected the emergency lights. Butler Street had been blocked off in both directions. People stood on the far sidewalk in coats and hoodies, filming with their phones. A woman from the Thai restaurant next door had a hand over her mouth. Someone had brought out a stack of napkins for the people sitting on the curb. The night was cold enough to make the cut in my arm throb harder. A paramedic named Janine, 42, female, from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, sat me on the back step of an ambulance and peeled my hand away from the wound. She had tired eyes, a silver cross on a chain, and the direct manner of someone who had seen too many men try to call bleeding fine. "That's going to need stitches," she said. "I was hoping for a sticker. You get gauze. Big night for you. Do I get to pick the color?" "No," she irrigated the cut. I looked at the streetlight instead of my arm. The pain came in clean waves, hot and bright, but it was easier than the other things moving around inside me. Pain had borders. It stayed where it was. Across the street, Mara was loaded into a different ambulance with Eli walking beside the stretcher, despite the bandage around his own forearm. Her face was pale, hair stuck to her cheek, but she lifted 2 fingers at me when she saw me looking. Not a wave, more like proof of life. I lifted my uninjured hand back. Tasha sat on the curb with a foil blanket around her shoulders, giving a statement to a police officer. Lewis was beside her, his arm properly wrapped now, his head bowed. Pete stood near the entrance with 2 officers and a fire investigator. Without the bar noise around him, he looked smaller. Not innocent, just smaller. A man who had made a series of cheap, embarrassed decisions and watched them turn into a room full of injured people. Dale came out last. They brought him through the front in cuffs, with one paramedic pressing gauze to his wrist and another officer holding his elbow. He didn't look at Pete. He looked at me. Not for long, just enough. His expression wasn't the wild grin I expected. It was worse than that. It was tired satisfaction, like some part of the night had gone according to plan even though he'd lost. As they guided him past the ambulance, he said, "Check your pocket." One officer shoved him forward. "Shut up." I did not check my pocket. Not then. Janine taped gauze over my arm. "You hear me?" "What?" I said. "Any dizziness? Trouble breathing? Chest pain?" "No, you inhaled smoke. Some. You're going to get checked at the hospital." "I'm okay." She stared at me. "I'm going to get checked at the hospital," I said. "Good." At UPMC Mercy, the ordinary world came back too brightly. Fluorescent lights, vending machines, a nurse asking me to confirm my date of birth, a child crying behind a curtain because he had swallowed a coin, which felt so on the nose that I almost laughed and then didn't. My arm got 8 stitches. Eli got 9. Mara had a separated shoulder and bruised ribs, not a broken collarbone, though she claimed that was cowardly of the bone. Louis needed stitches too. The woman with the leg injury needed staples. The man burned on the Honda hood would keep his hand, but 2 fingers were badly blistered. Carl had a concussion, a fractured wrist, and no alcohol in his system. Police came in pairs, then detectives, then one fire marshal with a notebook and the exhausted patience of someone who had already decided everyone was lying a little. We told the story in pieces, never all at once. That made it sound less insane. A modified arcade cabinet, hidden cameras, a thermal printer, tampered locks, a blocked exit, electrical fire, a man hiding in the ceiling, a car crash caused by a panicked driver who had been lured to the scene by texts from his half-brother. All real words, all grounded, all somehow worse when spoken under hospital lights. By 4 in the morning, they had enough of it to let us stop answering questions. Dale had been arrested on charges I couldn't keep straight at the time. Assault, reckless endangerment, unlawful restraint, arson-related counts, criminal mischief, wiretapping, maybe attempted homicide, depending on what the district attorney could prove. Pete was not arrested that night, but the fire marshal made it clear Pixel Pete S. would not reopen soon. The building had code violations stacked under code violations. The locks alone were a legal nightmare. The hidden wiring looked like a lawsuit with copper inside it. The machine was taken as evidence. So were the receipts it printed. So was the final strip. I kept that one longer than I should have. Not because I wanted a souvenir, because it had been in my fist when the police started bagging things, and when an officer asked if I had any more printed slips, I handed over the early one Pete had dropped and the long one about door or fire. I did not hand over player 2 still active. That was stupid. I know that now. At the time, it felt like keeping the question where I could see it. 2 days later, a detective named Corrine Shaw, 38, female from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, called me and asked if I had retained any physical evidence from the scene. Her tone was polite in a way that told me she already knew the answer. I drove to the station and gave it to her in a plastic sandwich bag. She read it once. "Why keep this?" she asked. "I don't know." She waited. "I thought if I gave it away, I'd have to stop thinking about it," I said. "That usually doesn't work." "No." She sealed the bag and wrote on it with a black marker. For what it's worth, we found references to player 2 in the code. My stomach tightened. What does that mean? It was part of the game script. A second user state. Could be for remote access. Could be for a second person at another terminal. We're still sorting it out. Another terminal. She looked at me carefully. "Mr. Mercer, don't build a monster out of a variable name. That sounds like something someone says right before the monster eats the lab." She almost smiled. Almost. Dale Voss had hardware in the cabinet, the bar, and his van. We recovered the van 2 blocks away. He had a laptop, radio equipment, spare batteries, and a binder with floor sketches. At this point, we have no confirmed accomplice. No confirmed accomplice. That phrase stayed with me longer than it should have. The news cycle kept it alive for 3 days. Local man Riggs arcade cabinet in bar revenge plot. Barcade horror on Butler Street. Customers trapped after crash and electrical fire. Pixel Pete S became a backdrop for reporters in puffy coats, then a fenced-off storefront with plywood over the plywood. Comment sections did what comment sections do. Half the people called it fake. Half said they always knew that place was unsafe. A few claimed they had played Last Life before and gotten weird messages, though none of them could produce proof. Pete's liquor license was suspended pending investigation. Tasha quit before he could fire her, then got hired at a quieter cocktail bar in Bloomfield. Lewis went back to work at a diner in Scranton for a while to stay with his sister. Carl Voss's brake lines were inspected. The report said severe wear and a recent leak, but not clear sabotage. Dale's texts had pressured him to come, told him where to park, told him Pete would finally pay if there was a scene. That did not make Carl guilty. It did not make him innocent of bad breaks either. Real life, I learned again, likes its blame messy. Mara wore a sling for 6 weeks and complained about it for 6 weeks and 1 day. Eli checked every door in every restaurant we entered after that. He did it casually, like stretching his neck. I never called him on it. He never called me on the fact that I stopped sitting where I could see exits and started sitting where I could see screens. We visited Pixel Pete's once, months later, after the fence came down. The sign was gone. The windows had been replaced. Someone had power washed the brick, but if you knew where to look, you could still see a faint rectangular scar where the Honda had gone in. The new tenant was going to be a Pilates studio. There was a banner in the window with a stock photo of a smiling woman in expensive leggings, 1 foot lifted behind her like nothing bad had ever happened in that room. Mara stood on the sidewalk and stared at it. "Imagine nearly dying so someone can sell core strength packages," she said. Eli said, "That might be the most Pittsburgh sentence you've ever spoken." She looked at me. "You okay?" I nodded. That was mostly true. I was sleeping again. Not well every night, but enough. I had stopped looking up Dale's court dates at 3 in the morning. Mostly. My stitches had come out clean, though the scar on my arm raised pink when I was cold. Sometimes I touched it without realizing. Sometimes I dreamed of a red horizon on a black road and woke with my hand closed around nothing. Dale eventually took a plea. The public version was shorter than the real one. He admitted to rigging the machine, tampering with the bar's electrical and security systems, illegally recording customers and staff, sending threatening messages, and creating conditions that led to injuries. His lawyer argued he never intended anyone to die. The prosecutor argued intention mattered less after you trapped people in a burning building. Pete testified. So did Tasha. So did Eli. I testified too. On the stand, Dale did not look at me. I expected that to feel like victory. It felt like being denied the last page of something. Afterward, in the courthouse hallway, Mara squeezed my good arm and said, "Don't make meaning out of him refusing to look at you." I was. You absolutely were. Eli handed me a coffee from the vending machine. It tasted like burnt pennies and paper. "Bad coffee means we survived," he said. "Is that a rule?" "It is now." We drank it by the window while lawyers moved around us in dark coats and squeaky shoes. Ordinary people having ordinary disasters. Parking tickets, custody hearings, property disputes. Life returning to its normal appetite. A month after the sentencing, I received an envelope with no return address. That sounds dramatic. It was. It came mixed in with a dental bill and a grocery flyer, bent at one corner, the address written in block letters with a cheap ballpoint pen. No stains. No strange smell. Nothing that would make a postal worker look twice. Inside was a single arcade token, not a quarter. A brass-colored token with no logo on one side. On the other side, stamped crookedly, were 2 words, "Continue." I did exactly what people in horror stories never do. I called Detective Shaw. She told me not to touch it further, then sent an officer to collect it. They dusted it. They checked the postmark. It had gone through Pittsburgh's mail system. Nothing useful. No prints they could use. No DNA. Dale was in custody when it was mailed, though that didn't prove much one way or the other. People can ask favors. People can schedule mail. People can be copied by strangers who read too much news. No confirmed accomplice. That phrase again. The detective told me the safest explanation was someone being cruel. That helped less than she meant it to. I didn't tell Mara for 2 days. When I did, she got quiet, then angry in that clean way she had, the way that made action out of fear. "You should stay with us tonight," she said. "I'm not letting an envelope make me sleep on your couch. It's a good couch. Your cat hates me. Juniper hates weakness." Eli took the practical route. New locks, door camera, mail scan service. Mail scan service. You're not the only one allowed to cope weirdly. So I changed the locks. I bought a door camera. I stopped opening unknown envelopes with my bare hands for a while. Ordinary little rituals. Not cures, just handrails. And life, because it has terrible manners, kept going. I still pass arcades sometimes. Real ones. family places in malls, retro bars with neon signs and sticky floors. When I hear old chiptune music leaking through an open door, my body reacts before my brain finishes the sentence. My shoulders lift. My eyes look for cameras. My hand checks my pocket for a coin I don't carry anymore. Then I keep walking. Most days, that is enough. The last time I saw a cabinet that looked like Last Life, it was in a laundromat in Millville, wedged between a vending machine and a bulletin board full of babysitter tabs and used snow tires. It wasn't the same game. The side art was different. Some racing thing with a cracked steering wheel and a screen burned pale from age. Still, I stopped. A dryer thumped behind me with somebody's sneakers inside. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. A woman folded towels at a plastic table while her kids slapped the vending machine buttons one by one. The place smelled like detergent, warm lint, and wet pavement. Normal sounds. Normal place. On the cabinet screen, pixel cars looped around a track forever, crashing and resetting, crashing and resetting. The coin slot had a handwritten sign taped over it. Out of order, I stood there longer than I should have. Then the dryer stopped. The sudden quiet made the little game music seem too loud. I left without looking back, but outside, in the reflection of the laundromat window, I thought I saw the screen change. Not words, not my name, just a brief white flicker at the bottom where text might appear. Probably nothing. A dying monitor, bad wiring. A cheap old machine nobody had maintained. That is the truth I choose most days, because there are only so many ways to live with what happened. You can decide the world is full of messages meant for you, and then every broken light becomes a warning. Or you can decide that people are dangerous, systems fail, old buildings hide bad work behind walls, and sometimes a machine only knows how you're going to die because someone hateful taught it where to look. I believe the second one, mostly. I still don't carry quarters. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare.